this is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.
There's a fire inside you can't ignore. Stand still? Not a chance. You're a lifelong learner who's come this far. Now, we're here to help you keep going further. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabay Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabay brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquids simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no-risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
You're listening to a podcast, so you're doing something else too, like maybe scrolling home listings on Redfin, saving places you like without thinking you'll get them, because that's what house hunting has become. But Redfin isn't built for endless browsing. It's built to help you find and own a home. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, which means when you find a place you love, you've got a real shot at getting it. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Hey everybody, Robert Evans here, and I wanted to let you know this is a compilation episode. So every episode of the week that just happened is here in one convenient and with somewhat less ads package for you to listen to in a long stretch if you want. If you've been listening to the episodes every day this week, there's going to be nothing new here for you, but you can make your own decisions.
Hello and welcome to another episode of It Could Happen Here. I'm your guest host of this episode, where I'm hoping to take a moment to discuss the commons, the principles of successful commons management, and why certain attempts to establish the commons have failed. My name, by the way, is Andrew of the YouTube channel Andrewism. You can follow me on youtube.com/Andrewism. I'm joined here with my two co-hosts.
That will be Garrison Davis. Hello.
And James Stout. Hi.
Awesome. But before I get into exactly what makes the commons work, I first want to discuss what exactly the commons are. Because despite being, common throughout human history, a lot of people can't imagine how they might have worked, what they are. Of course, the commons is a very specific definition in a particular context of, feudalism and whatnot. But even outside of that, the idea of the commons is essentially the resources accessible to all members of society, the totality of the material riches of that community or even of the world, regarded as their whole inheritance rather than being subject to enclosure and to privatization. Even today, despite the process of enclosure, which is worthy of its own podcast episode or series of podcast episodes or book even today, there are still, viable, existing commons institutions. And they've, in some cases, endured for well over 1,000 years. Most famously, Elinor Ostrom, the economist who explored the concept in depth and debunked the tragedy of the commons, wrote in her book, Governing the Commons, that from, the alpine meadows of Torbel, Switzerland, to the 3 million hectares of Japanese forests, to the irrigation systems of Spain and the Philippines, the possibility of community, of popular rather than public or state or private or corporate ownership exists. The possibility of communal ownership as opposed to capitalist or state ownership exists. There's also the communal land of Chiapas in Mexico after the successful Zapatista revolution. And of course, as I discussed in the previous episode, there are the commons of Barbuda, where the entire island of the twin island nation of Antigua and Barbuda is owned collectively by all Barbudans and regarded as their collective heritage. These projects, of course, are not static. The commons in Barbuda, for example, existed for about 100 years, but had some precedents prior to that, and are now honestly being encroached upon after the sole shock doctrine of the hurricane that ravaged the island has opened up an opportunity for Antigua and Barbuda's government to sort of swoop in and privatize the land for the benefit of foreign companies and foreign resorts. So the commons is not this timeless, eternal institution that can't be interrupted, doesn't ever change. Same in the case in Chiapas, They had similar projects, similar institutions prior to colonization. Colonization rolled in and interrupted all that. And thanks to the Zapatista revolution, they were able to institute some semblance of that sort of commons institution, of that communal land, for their collective benefit. They respond to experience, to conditions, to circumstance, to serve, or in some cases, to eventually not serve the people. But of course, not all commons are able to work. Not all commons institutions operate effectively. And she talks about why, using various case studies to illustrate her point. In the course of governing the commons, she used, of course, the existence case studies to develop certain principles that she believed make the commons work. The principles that she found in common between Switzerland and Japan and the Philippines and Spain. And she then used those principles to examine the commons institutions that didn't work and identified which principles were missing from the equation. But I'm talking a lot about what these principles of successful commons management, and I haven't broken down what they are exactly. So to get into that, the principles of successful commons management are as follows. Number one, clearly defined boundaries. Boundaries in the sense of having, of those involved, the appropriators of the commons, the people who are directly accessing the commons, having a clear sense of the structure and characteristics of the resource system itself, whether it be through a scientific study or through generationally preserved folk knowledge, as well as knowledge and a clear sense of who is involved in withdrawing from and sustaining it. Even if, even in the case where the entire world has been commoned, where all land has been returned to common land, to the ownership of none and everyone simultaneously. In such a case, in individual instances of common pool resources, whether it be a forest or a fishery or a lake or groundwater basin, the people most directly accessing that segment of the commons, that system, that common pool resource, need to have a clear sense of exactly what that resource entails, the limits of that resource, the renewability of that resource, and who is involved in withdrawing from and sustaining that resource so that they're able to collaborate. If, as in the case with the tragedy of the commons, everybody's just this isolated actor, not communicating at all, not collaborating, there's no collective institution in place to help them, work it out, you're basically going to end up in a case like the tragedy of the commons, where the system is depleted because nobody has a sense of what anybody else is doing. There's no open channel of communication. Which brings us, of course, to collective decision-making power. That's the third principle. So I'm jumping ahead slightly, but it flows better this way. Having collective decision-making power over the commons, meaning there's an institution in place that those who are drawn from the commons are able to come together and discuss the rules of the commons, how they're going to draw from the commons, how they're going to deal with the commons, how they're going to deal with each other as they deal with the commons, and so on and so forth. The idea of rules is not anti-anarchist as a concept. Just the idea that there is not, popular input and collective input and free association in place. And so with consensus, with this institution of collective decision-making power, people will be able to come up with and modify the rules as it suits their situations, as it suits their shifting circumstances. And of course, and this is the second principle, that their appropriation and provision rules of the commons are compatible with local conditions. The whole idea is that they're not relying on any external authorities to come up with these rules, to commit to these rules, to bind themselves to these rules, even when the temptations to violate those rules apply. So as a practice of, developing community, you need to have some sense of shared norms and developing those shared norms over time regarding behavior. And of course, as in the case in almost all societies, of course, reputation and one's reputation would play a role. If you are known to be consistently violating the commons rules, of course, there are going to be social consequences to that. That's just a natural consequence. Just because the commons exist doesn't mean that people are free of the consequences of how they use those commons. Just like in the case of the environment, just because you can cut down all the trees in the forest doesn't mean you're free of the consequences from cutting down the trees of that forest. Your actions are still going to have consequences, whether it be environmental or social. There are, of course, limits as there are in any other aspect of life. But of course, simple norms regarding behavior or concerns about reputation may help, but you're also going to need the fourth and fifth principles established in some form to effectively maintain social harmony. The fourth principle is, of course, monitoring, which is the process of continuously evaluating the conditions of the common pool resource itself, as well as the behavior of the appropriators. Now, the term monitoring is kind of spooky, right? It sounds a little bit 1984, like Big Brother is watching you kind of vibe. But that's not really the intention. It's just the idea that it's just this constant informal process of looking at and observing and collecting data on the conditions of the commons. The conditions including how people behave with the commons, as well as the, commons themselves, the resources themselves, how much of them we have, how quickly they're being, renewed, that sort of thing. And then through that process of each person, each appropriator of the commons institutions, monitoring the system continuously, you begin to learn what rules work and what rules don't. And so you can adapt your rules to suit the circumstances, to suit how people actually behave, which is something that centralized and hierarchical institutions have a bit of trouble doing. Because when you have this horizontal commons institution, you're able to look at, okay, this is how things are going so far, and we can now talk about it. We're constantly in this dialogue. We all able to contribute our information in this horizontal system and adapt our rules and our behavior to suit. Whereas in the pyramid structure of a hierarchical and centralized organization, the further up the pyramid you go, yes, the more power there is, as centralized institutions tend to have, but also less information, because the narrowing of the pyramid leads to less and less information from the bottom filtering up to the top. And so when you have these centralized institutions, rules are a lot more rigid because they're not able to respond quickly and effectively and as informedly to the situations as they arise. That's also why 80% of the planet's biodiversity is being protected by a very small percentage of indigenous people, because they are on the ground, because they are there interacting with the systems in real time. They're able to respond directly and quickly to changes in that biodiversity, to changes in behavior, in order to maintain and sustain that system. Whereas you'd find that a lot of conservation projects, a lot of restoration projects, environmental restoration projects are failing. I recently read an article about how a lot of these tree planting initiatives that governments have been doing these days, while, it gets them good publicity, it gets them good, social, political, international clout. When you go back 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, almost all, if not all, the trees are dead. The communities living by these reforestation projects were not involved in the process. They don't have any say in the selection of the trees. In fact, the trees aren't always even chosen in accordance with local conditions. There often isn't enough biodiversity in terms of the trees. I mean, when it comes to a forest, and that's what people don't understand, a forest is a living organism. It has multiple layers, has multiple parts. You don't just plop a set of trees down and expect things to work out okay. James C. Scott talks about this in Seeing Like a State. You can't just, in these states, they start these sort of forestry projects. They try to legibleize, these forests, these simple rows and organizations, and you cut out all the fluff, all the shrubbery, all the other plants that are competing, quote unquote. You end up with a dead system. You end up with a system that is very fragile, that's not able to respond to changes in the environment as they arise, because it does not have the buffers of a complex web of life in place. Indigenous groups, and really anybody who is grounded in the local context, is able to most effectively engage and respond because they have access to that information, because they're able to see the shocks to the system, the buffers, what works, what doesn't. Permaculturists are able to, develop these intensive systems because they are constantly monitoring, coming full circle here, constantly monitoring the feedback that they're getting from their systems. And of course, there's a fifth principle. In these sort of situations, you're still going to have a couple opportunistic people who may be tempted to take advantage of the trust present in the group. And when I say opportunistic people, I don't mean to create this outgroup. I just mean it in the sense of, you have, like we all do, moments of weakness, right? And in those moments of weakness, it can be easy for some to falter. And in that faltering, jeopardize the security of the system as a whole. And so the fifth principle of successful commons management is the practice of accountability and systems of accountability through graduated sanctions. Of course, empathy needs to be maintained throughout the process, and I don't think that every infraction must automatically be responded to with sanctions. Like, again, I'm not trying to do something in 1984. It's just obviously when you have a system that has, and I know I'm referencing 1984 like a right winger, but
Yeah, I think it's fine to reference 1984 correctly as opposed to like someone who hasn't read it or read anything else that he wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can take it back.
But obviously not every situation can respond to its sanctions. Obviously, empathy should be maintained throughout the process. But when you have a system in which a lot of people are dependent on the sustainability, not just people living right now, but generations to come, and that's not something we're accustomed to thinking about, but generations to come, you have to think about with these sort of commons institutions. You can't do as the capitalists do and just let people do whatever with minimal, if any, environmental protections, with minimal, if any, standards in place. Yes, infractions vary in severity and stuff, but when the livelihood of the entire community is at stake, things can't be so easy. When infractions are just, temporary deviations or unthreatening to the overall survival of the CPR, then, tolerance can be high, but it depends on the circumstance. And that's why it really is important that the prior 4 principles are in place. You have the clearly defined boundaries. You have the rules of the commons established by collective decision-making power over the commons with a constant process of monitoring in place. Because, again, the responsiveness of the people on the ground is a lot more in tune with the conditions of the commons and with the needs of the people themselves, because they are the people. And the 5th principle and the 4th principle and all the other principles would be nothing without the 6th principle, which is the presence of conflict resolution mechanisms. Humans are gonna human. We make mistakes, we have disagreements, and there needs to be some sort of means of discussing and resolving conflict in a healthy and effective way. There are a lot of processes in place. A lot of communities, egalitarian communities throughout history, have used some sort of system of mediation. There's also arbitration, which tends to be more common in state societies. And there are also new models and methods of justice being established and drawn from the past as well that we can look into. But there are conflict resolution mechanisms. They have to be in place for successful commons management. We live in a society, and society includes conflict. Conflict is not always necessarily a bad thing, but it's a thing, and you can't ignore it and expect it to go away. The 7th principle is the freedom to organize, and this principle is, the basis upon which the other principles rest. In some places, people have a lot of autonomy to self-organize free of state control. In other places, they don't. In other places, there's a lot of state encroachment on the commons because that has been the mission of the state, to further their tendrils in every sphere of life and existence. So, obviously, the end goal, or one of the end goals, is the complete abolition of the state. And obviously, the process upon which we reach those end goals would require prefigurative politics in the sense of establishing the institutions that we want in a future society in the here and now, and building that dual power capacity to provide a competitive, excuse the capitalist terminology, but a competitive model that can, compete with, rise from, and separately from, and eventually replace the existing systems. And that's the process of social revolution. I have a video coming up on that in December. Lastly, and this does not apply to every instance of commons management, but in some cases, you'll need the 8th and final principle for successful commons management, and that is nested enterprises, which is, basically the same principle as an anarchist confederation. If a particular community is accessing a commons institution that other communities are accessing, or if the commons that a group of communities are accessing are part of a larger regional commons or archipelagic commons or continental commons, then you want to have means of collaboration, bottom up, of course, bottom up organizations but maintain the power at the local level while coordinating these larger scaled commons and ensuring that there's a smooth running and smooth communication between the appropriators, the people involved. These principles very clearly differentiate between the success and the failure cases. To reiterate, the commons and the principles of successful commons management are as follows: clearly defined boundaries, rules compatible with local conditions, collective decision-making power to establish those rules, monitoring to ensure that those rules are compatible with people and conditions, graduated sanctions to ensure that rules are kept up with and the commons are protected from potential threats, conflict resolution mechanisms because humans are going to human, freedom to organize, particularly in the fragile early stages of establishing these projects, and nested enterprises, confederation from the bottom up. In certain failure cases, we see that none of the principles apply. For example, in the book, Elinor Ostrom references these two Turkish fisheries, the Bay of Izmir and Bodrum, where there was severe rent dissipation continuing unabated. Of course, the book was written a while ago, so I'm not sure how the situation has evolved since then. But rent dissipation is basically a circumstance in which the common pool resources are being depleted severely, and the sustainability of those commons are at stake. And so without those principles in place to ensure that doesn't happen, you get a situation like what's going on or what was going on in the Bay of Izmir and Bodrum. In the Kirindi Oya irrigation project in Sri Lanka, they did have clear boundaries, that one principle in place, but the other principles were not. In Mojave, California, they did have the institution of collective choice, they did have conflict resolution mechanisms, and they did have the recognized right to organize, but the other principles were not in place, and so that institution was also a failure. Or we could look at the case in the Mawela fishery, also in Sri Lanka, where rent dissipation had become a very severe problem, particularly after 1938. Now, they did have rules in place, they did have a monitoring system, but unfortunately, despite having those rules, despite having, regulating the access to the beach and the use of the beach sands and the control over the number of nets to be used, they really did try. It wasn't a problem of ignorance. The issue was that although they were aware of the consequences of adding too many nets and drawing too much from the fishery, the issue became that the appropriators, the fishermen themselves, did not have the autonomy to make and enforce the rules of the fishery. That was deprived of them, and so the institution was not able to sustain itself in the long term. So in all these cases, no more of the three design principles actually characterized any of these cases, and so they were unable to solve the problems that they faced. There are, of course, also issues where there are viable but fragile common systems, where they have more of the principles in place, but they still lack all of them. So also in Sri Lanka, there was the Gal Oya, where boundaries and membership were clearly designated, where rules had been devised and monitored, where collective choice arenas had been set up, but they, did not have the autonomy and they did not have conflict resolution mechanisms in place. And so the institution is not as robust as it could be. Of course, when it comes to the commons and existing institutions, existing fragile institutions, existing successful institutions, existing failures of institutions, that does not necessarily need to limit our imagination of possibilities, but it's good to be informed as to what has worked in the past and what hasn't. We can still imagine future scenarios and experiments and how they might play out. But the point is, if we're trying to reinstate the commons, we need to understand what makes them work. At least what has made them work in the past and in the present. For more information on the commons and also the potential of a library economy, you can check out my videos on the commons and the library economy on my channel, youtube.com/Andrewism. You can also check out Elinor Ostrom's book, Governing the Commons, as well as a book called Elinor Ostrom's Rules for Radicals, which I haven't read yet, but I've heard it was pretty good. If you like what I do and you'd like to support me, you could follow me on patreon.com/SaintTrue and on twitter.com/_SaintTrue. That's all I have for today. It could happen here. Peace.
You've never been one to settle. Stand down or stand still. You're a lifelong learner, energized by excellence. There's a fire inside you you can't ignore. You've got competition to outrun, momentum to build on, and your own high standards to meet. Stop now? Not a chance. At Capella University, we help you catch what you're chasing because you've always had the drive. Now, go earn the degree. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
So, do you want to start shopping for your next car but don't know where to begin? Start at CarMax, where you can shop your way from start to finish. Whether you're shopping for something practical, adventurous, or luxurious, CarMax puts you in the driver's seat. And if you want to shop cars that fit your budget, CarMax has your back all the way. Simply grab your phone and get pre-qualified from your couch, the dog park, or even on a coffee break. It's quick, easy, and has zero impact on your credit score. Want to explore your options? CarMax has plenty of options. In fact, with over 45,000 cars to choose from, CarMax has rides for almost every budget, including more than 25,000 cars priced under $25,000. From browsing online to checking out cars on the lot, you can shop your way at CarMax. Want to get started on the search for your next car? Start at CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Sink into affordable luxury. Anabay is the only machine washable sofa, inside and out. With stain-resistant slip covers and a cloud-like frame duvet, everything goes right in the wash. Plus, the modular design lets you change the look of your space anytime. Visit WashableSofas.com to upgrade your home. Shop up to 60% off site-wide, with sofas starting at just $699 and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Shop now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
Welcome to Make It Happen Here, a podcast about things falling apart and then maybe kind of putting them back together again, sort of. This is a special episode about thing that happened, where thing that happened is the Brazilian election. And with me to talk about this is Garrison.
Hello.
And James.
Hello.
So I think people probably know by now, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, better known as Lula, has defeated Jair Bolsonaro in a absolutely terrifying squeaker of a presidential election. This is like by far the closest election that Lula, a former 2-term president of Brazil, has ever won. Part of this is a campaign of last-minute voter suppression that Bolsonaro and his supporters did, where the Brazilian federal police started setting up like 550 roadblocks to stop people in Lula strongholds from voting. They assaulted people. It wound up not mattering, and right now, as of time of recording, which is 1:30 p.m. Pacific on Halloween, Bolsonaro is missing in action. There's no one's seen him. The only sign of life that there has been from him is he unfollowed his wife. Amazing stuff.
Amazing. It sounds like he just locked himself in the presidential palace and turned all of the lights off.
Yeah, he's missing it. Nobody's seen or heard from him. So by the time this episode comes out, there's like a small chance there's been a coup. There's like a small chance he's died from COVID. I don't know. Probably neither of those have happened. But, so Lula won his election. Like he won like 50.8% of the vote, roughly. And okay, so there's a lot of voter suppression, but even voter suppression cannot explain why Lula, who won his last elections with respectively 61 and 60% of the vote, was reduced to like 50.8% this time. And okay, so this begs two questions. Who is Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, and how did we get to this election? So the first episode of this is going to be answering the first question, and the second episode is largely the second question. Okay, so who actually is Lula? Lula is born in 1945. Actually, his birthday is a few days ago. To a desperately poor family in Brazil's northeast. And this family moves from the northeast to what became known as the ABC region of Brazil, which is Santo André, São Bernardino, Santo André, São Bernardo.
Jesus. Who can't say names in Brazil now?
Okay, here's the thing. This is not a famous name. This is São Bernardo.
Wait. Wait, are you conflating Brazil and Argentina, which are famously not the same country?
Also, different languages. Here's the thing. If this was in Spanish, I could do this. And I'm going to make this disclaimer here. All of my pronunciations of this are based on my terrible knowledge of Spanish. The problem is Brazil famously speaks Portuguese, a language that is not Spanish. So yeah, but okay, so there's a thing called the ABC region because there's 3 cities there that are at ABC.
Got it.
As part of this sort of mass migration, which is popularly remembered as like this mass migration of people from the northeast to Sao Paulo, but the sort of the action that's a popular memory of it. The actuality is that millions of people flow into Sao Paulo like from all across Brazil. The ABC region becomes Brazil's sort of industrial heartland. Like every story you read about this will call it like Brazil's Detroit, and that's kind of true and kind of not true. Like I don't know. Everyone who writes about Brazil is like, how can we make this the U.S. And like,
God forbid other countries have their own realities.
Yeah, and like okay, like there is an extent to which Brazil is also like the ex-slave colony thing, right? But no, like Brazil is its own country. However, the ABC region becomes the core of Brazil's massive metalworking industry. And this industry is just like from the 50s to the 80s, just like purely expanding. The historian J.D. French notes that the ABC's population increased by 800% from 1950 to 1980. So Lula arrives in the middle of a veritable industrial revolution. This is going to end in one of history's sort of great militant industrial working classes. But when he's there, that's kind of not what's happening. Oh, the other thing I should mention about this region is that when I say metalworking, so there's the reason there's so many Detroit comparisons is that this is a region that is massively involved in Brazil's auto industry, which in this period is expanding and is very large. I think I've actually talked about this in the neoliberalism episodes. A little bit, but yeah, so Lula like leaves school in 5th grade to basically find whatever work he can in the street. And this is another sort of very famous thing that everyone talks about Lula, about how like he has like a grade school education, and that's like sort of true. Like it is true that he never like graduate, like he never went to school past like 5th grade mostly. Although we'll get to some other stuff that he did later. What happens basically is that his mom's able to get him into this government metalworking sort of apprenticeship program that is teaching like young people how to basically become skilled metal workers. And this also is an education, right? Like it, the people in this, there's a lot of very interesting sort of like theory stuff about this, about how these people like are also kind of worker intellectuals, because in order to like be a metal worker and to do all this stuff, you have to know a shit ton of stuff. You have to know a bunch of technical stuff about how metal works. You have to know, it's very highly skilled and very high like degree of knowledge you have to have. So, he gets this kind of education. And he becomes a very, very good metal worker, and he's part of a highly skilled, and the academic literature will call it highly paid. Also, like, okay, this is highly paid compared to like someone who's a worker but who's not like a metal worker, like one of the sort of skilled quote unquote metal workers. They're not like, these people aren't like lawyers, right? Like they're still closer to the actual sort of working class than, some like people who are sort of like auxiliary parts of the ruling class. And he enters this sort of manufacturing boom as part of what's called the Brazilian Miracle. Well, okay, so he's there a bit before the sort of Brazilian Miracle starts, but there's this period under the military dictatorship which takes power in 1965, where they kind of like luck into a functioning economy. Although I should mention this now. Okay, so in this period in Brazil, like, inflation being good and under control inflation is at 20%. Like when inflation's at 20%, everything's considered fine. And when it goes up from 20%, it's like, oh no, we've lost control of inflation. And this kind of like, this is a survivable thing because people's wages are sort of indexed to, like they're indexed to cost of living increases to some extent, which is a thing that like,
yeah, it will never happen here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if you do the kind of stuff these guys do, you can probably get some of this. But yeah, so but the sort of interesting thing about what's happening here is you have a very large industrial working class, but it's not really very militant for most of the time Lula's in it, except for sort of right around the military like coup in 1965. Lula sees some of kind of like the old radicalism, like he talks about like, like watching people like storming factories because they're on strike. The Brazilian working class there's a lot of fun stuff that they do. Like they do things like, okay, so everyone will show up to a protest with like a bunch of like pockets full of marbles. And when a cavalry charge starts, they'll all roll marbles down the street, and the horses will step on the marbles and fall.
It's an OG Battle of Cable Street maneuver.
Yeah. My absolute favorite one. This is just like pure Looney Tune shit. They do this thing where, okay, so they'll string piano wire up like between light posts. And then they'll bait cavalry units into charging at them, and then they'll run under the thing, and the guys will just get fucking clotheslined.
That's brutal.
So good.
Yeah, that's pretty great. It's horse cops. You don't see horse cops in America, but
not no. Well, you see them sometimes. Like I have seen some horse cops.
Portland's horse cops only like stopped existing a few years ago.
Yeah. In the UK, up until very recently, they used them to police protest.
Yeah. I mean, there was footage from 2020 of people getting run over by horses in the States.
They still do this. It fucking sucks. There's actually okay. I think the most famous police horse related story in the U.S. is a Philly sports fan. I think in like 2014 punching a police horse. Which
what a city!
Yeah.
The most famous British police horse thing is the horse humping the cop.
Oh God!
Critical support to the horse.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly copy the image into the chat so you can all enjoy it. I'm glad that
all right.
I'm glad that we've taken this episode in this direction.
Oh my fucking holy shit! Oh my God! Okay, that is much more graphic than I thought it was going to be.
Graphic.
Holy shit!
Do you know what else will take a cop and bend it over and nope. All right. Well, here's some.
We
some
can't
ads.
promise that, Garrison.
Here is some advertisements.
And we're back with other things that will scar my soul forever. Oh boy. Up until sort of 1965, there had been a kind of left-wing government in Brazil, and then the military coup, like, just overthrows it. And the left is kind of just, like, annihilated from this. And it's not just from the pure political repression, which forces, like all the communist parties are forced underground, like, but one of the real things that sort of, like, really shatters the Brazilian left is that, like, the coup happens and the left sort of knows there's a coup coming, right? But they expect that when the coup happens, there's going to be strikes and, like, the working class is going to fight them and they're going to beat it. And everyone kind of just, like, in the factories kind of just shrugs and nothing happens and they just get rolled over. And this is the start of this period of sort of, like, you know, this kind of, like, the workers' movement, like, nothing is happening again. There's some sort of radical student groups that try to do stuff, but, like, I don't know, there's a Brazilian version of May 68, but mostly what happens there is, like, one factory gets occupied and then the army shows up with guns and they get owned, and it's really grim. And, you know, you have these sort of, like tiny, like, actually, okay, you have these tiny Catholic Maoist groups, who are these Maoist student groups.
Wait.
Who were, yeah.
Okay. We'll just go straight through that. All right.
It's nuts.
Normal, totally normal.
Yeah, and then, you know, they're trying to do, like, guerrilla insurgency stuff, and the army just sort of, like, kills them all. They're horribly destroyed. So for almost a decade and a half, like, you have a very depoliticized industrial proletariat, and Lula's part of this, right? Like, from like when he enters the workforce until, like, the late 70s, he is not political at all.
Are they doing the thing under the dictatorship where they have, like, pet unions, I guess, where there's, like, one mandated union for the industry?
Actually, I was about to talk about this. Yeah, so the Brazilian labor system, and the thing is, okay, so this wasn't set up under this military dictatorship. It was kind of set up under, like, a previous one. But this, yeah, is still sort of a thing. All of the unions have to register with the state, and when they're doing contract negotiations, right, they're not negotiating with the corporations, they're negotiating with the state. And so this means that, like, the state is setting wage rates, which is going to become important later. But yeah, there's a really interesting sort of problem here, because there's this entire class of basically sort of, like, government union guy who's, like, basically a bureaucrat and is, like, really corrupt.
We love unions.
And yeah, well, and this is the thing, like a lot of people just hate them because, like, they, like, you know, because they like, literally what these people are like, they're a guy who's doing this job to get ahead, and then their job is to sort of, like, you know, technically it's, like, mediate the class struggle, right? But, like, what that actually means is, like, make sure that, like, there isn't actually sort of, like make sure the union isn't actually sort of a source of class conflict. And, you know, this is the whole sort of thing behind this, because before, like, the 1940s, Brazil had this really, really militant, like, labor movement. They had a bunch of anarchists. Like, the anarchists tried to overthrow the government a couple times. They have these huge general strikes. The Communist Party is, like, a real thing. And then the government tries to, like, bring all of, like, you know, okay, fuck it, we're going to bring all the unions under our control. And it's still also true that these are, like, they're still technically unions. So there are people who are sort of doing union organizing in them, right? Like, they still do some regular union stuff. And yeah, we're going to talk about this a bit more later, but I don't know, these unions are fucking weird. Like, they're not like unions anywhere else I've ever seen. Yeah, but so, okay, so the other thing, like, Lula in this point, like, is apolitical, right? People keep trying to talk to him about politics, and he's like, I just want to play soccer and, like, chase girls, and he talks about this, like, like, in speeches a lot. But his brother, who's known as Frei Chico, is a Brazilian Communist Party militant for, like, his entire life, and being a PCB militant in, like, the 60s and 70s, this is, like, life threatening. The party is outlawed. Everyone is so clandestine that, like, Frei Chico's own wife doesn't know that he's a communist and finds out that he's a communist when he gets arrested. Like, this is like the level of, like, clandestine shit that everyone that like, you know, the sort of communist parties are working on under here. But Frei Chico's also, like, an open union activist, and everyone knows he's a leftist, basically, because, you know, the even sort of, like, the unions are sort of, like, split between, like, there's sort of left factions that are, like, trying to actually do union stuff, but, like, towards sort of leftist goals, there are, like, more moderate people who are like bread and butter trade unionists, and then there's also just like a bunch of people who are like just the corruption faction. But yeah, like Lula doesn't care about the union at all. Like he's not even in the union until Free Chico, like his brother, just like literally just like drags him kicking and screaming into running for an elected position in the union because like he needed a guy to run on a slate, but he couldn't run himself because everyone knew he was a leftist. So he was like, okay, I'm gonna, here, brother, you run. You're not like openly a leftist. You can actually win this. And this is, you know, and then this works and he gets elected. And this is where Lula like learns politics. From the book Lula and His Politics of Cunning, quote, Lula would have to master the mundane aspects of union life, including bureaucratic routines, budgets, services, and preparing union assemblies. Lula would also undergo a gradual politicization through relationships with fellow directors, union lawyers, and staff, and activists central to the union's turbulent internal politics. Finally, Lula would need to learn about the repressive dimension of working-class life under military rule, including close supervision and surveillance by police, employers, and labor ministry officials. And what's interesting about this story is that like everyone around him when he joins this union, including basically his boss in the union, is a guy named Vidal, who's a very powerful union leader. Like, you know, his brother too. Like everyone thinks he's going to be this sort of like compliant, like obedient figurehead. And instead, what they have done is they have created arguably the greatest politician of the 21st century. One of the things that's important to note here is that, like, okay, so like the unions are like fucked up, right? And everyone kind of understands they're fucked up. These are still probably the most like these are probably still the most competitive democratic elections that are happening in Brazil. Like Brazil technically has elections. There's these sort of like two official parties. So okay, so it's kind of weird that the military like is in power, but like they have this sort of veneer that they're not, and they technically sometimes have a civilian president. And they have these sort of like parties that are kind of real. But, you know, the union actually has like, there are like leftist slates, there are conservative slates, like there's actual sort of politics going on. And Lula is actually able to sort of like make his mark through his ability to just like make friends with people on both the sort of like radical and moderate side of the union sort of political aisle. And this is because Lula is funny. He loves playing soccer. He loves just like dancing and hanging out. And this lets him like win his election slate like pretty easily because, you know, he's just very popular. So these are things that like, I don't know, like the other workers in the factory a lot of times don't care that much about union politics, but they do care about soccer a lot. And so Lula's able to build a bunch of support. And this lets him sort of easily take a position in a union system that like, it's basically a miniature state. Like the unions have their own welfare programs. They have their own education system. And, you know, this is part of the thing about people talking about like Lula is like completely uneducated. It's like, no, it's not. Like he spends a bunch of time like in classes that like the union like puts on basically like university and academic classes, right, for its workers and for other people sort of affiliated with them. So he spends a bunch, and this is like, you know, part of where he learned sort of politics and where he learns political economy is through these classes the union has. And the union also, like, you know, I talked about like they run welfare programs, right? So he's like a social worker. Right, trying to sort of like help workers and pensioners with his job. He gets this position that like everyone hates. Like he has this position basically like running their sort of like welfare program, and like nobody wants it, but he like does it, and he does it really well. And this makes him really popular because he's the guy that, like, you know, if you're like a pensioner, right, like he's the guy you go to figure out pension bullshit, and he's the guy you just go to in order to sort of get stuff done. And yeah, you know, this means he's spending a bunch of time doing paperwork and like negotiating with government bureaucracy, and this makes him a very, very effective politician. Here's from Lula's Politics of Cunning again. But Lula also gained access to an even larger constituency at the union headquarters, a working class public sphere. Do you know how many people pass by the union daily? He asked a journalist in 1979. At minimum, 1,500. Those frequenting the union did so for many reasons. Often for various sorts of assistance or assistencia, which I think is, yeah, like government or like union assistance stuff.
Yeah.
Assistencia. But also to complain about work, shoot the breeze, or catch up with friends. Some union directors often arrived late to the headquarters and were always busy when they did. The gregarious Lula, by contrast, maintained an open door policy, and his office became a gathering point for rank and file workers, factory activists, and fellow directors still linked to production. And this is another thing that's sort of important about this, is that like, okay, like once you reach like a certain position in the union, like you're just a full-time a union guy. And so there's a lot of people who like join the union and become like union people because it means you, like it takes you off the shop floor. And
right.
The government does this deliberately, right? Because it means the thing they're trying to do is create a sort of bureaucratic layer between the working class and like their union. But Lula's like still really connected to what's going on the shop floor because he's just like talking to everyone all the time. And the product of this is that Lula becomes a very, very he becomes a trade union leader, becomes a very, very powerful one. He rapidly becomes the president of his union after some like Vidal, who's like his boss. There's this whole thing where he's trying to stay in power, but he doesn't run for president of the union because of some complicated political maneuvering. And so Lula ends up as the head of the union. Vidal's like, it's fine, I'm still going to be in control here. And that is not what happens. Like you have just given the presidency to like a genuinely, truly singular like political figure. But there's something that's very, very important about Lula that you need to understand to understand anything that's about to happen here and basically sense. Lula is not a communist. This is very important. He could not have done what he's about to do, which is, become literally like the living symbol of one of the largest strike waves in Brazilian history. He could not have done this if he was a communist. The military, if he was a communist, the military would have, tortured and possibly executed him like they've done with thousands of other communists. His brother, Frei Chico, was kidnapped and tortured horribly by the military, although he will insist that he didn't have it as bad as like a lot of other people did, which is true, but also like they tortured the shit out of him and it was fucking horrific. And the fact that like every single like person, like the fact that every single fucking member of the military dictatorship was not fucking like taken out behind a fucking shed, shot, and had their like corpses fed to dogs is like genuinely one of the reasons why we're here right now. This stuff is awful. It is
familiar theme of the podcast.
Yeah. But
what to do with dictators?
Lula and Chico's wife are eventually able to sort of get him released because he's not like a very high, like he's in the PCB, like he's in the Communist Party, like his brother, like, but he's not like a high ranking guy. And the sort of cruel irony of it is that, like, they knew that he didn't know anything that they didn't already know, but they just tortured the shit out of him anyways. But one of the important things that happens here is his brother, like, under torture, like, insists that Lula is not a communist and, like, continues to insist this because he isn't. Yeah. And, and like, people who are, like, and people in the military dictatorship like believe this, right? Because like they're they have a really extensive sort of intelligence network. Like at this point, they've basically destroyed the Brazilian Communist Party. They've like captured and killed most of their cadre. And because he's not a communist, Lula's able to stay in the labor movement, even if in the short term after his brother gets arrested, he loses his job in the union. And he's able to do this because like beyond his brother, who like. His brother has literally been like saying communist stuff at him for decades, and Lula's just been like, I don't care. And like a couple of other people he's just kind of friends with. Like Lula, like he has no connection to the organized left. Like he's not sort of like he's not like a leftist, right? Like in that sort of conventional sense. Like he's not tied to one of sort of the old left political factions. And this means that he can stand in as a kind of sort of labor leader that the more moderate factions of the military dictatorship have been looking for, which is this sort of like non-communist, like quote unquote genuine trade unionist. And okay, so like talking about like a moderate faction of a military dictatorship is always kind of fraught because it's a military dictatorship. But like all these people suck. It's also true that there were factions within the military dictatorship who. So there's a faction called like the Dungeon, which is like the people torturing all these people to death. There were other people in the military dictatorship who are like, this is really fucking gauche. Like, why are you guys doing this? Like, this makes us look bad. Also, why are you torturing these people? And those guys look at Lula and they're willing to work with him because, like, what they think they're doing is creating this sort of like authentic non-communist labor movement that will like work with them to stop communism, like sort of like the AFL-CIO, like specifically to talk about this, like in the way that the AFL-CIO does in the US, working as an anti-communist force. They think that they can get Lula to do this. And Lula does a lot of stuff that like looks like collaboration to the sort of like surviving leftists around him. He develops like literally like personal relationships, kind of friendship. It's not really friendships, but like develops personal relationships and professional relationships with members of the regime. And, you know, again, it looks like he's collaborating, but that's not what's actually happening. What's actually happening is that he's holding these negotiations in order to sort of increase the power of the union and build this like safety network. Because he has these personal relationships with people in the regime, it means that he's not going to get fucking disappeared and his people aren't going to get disappeared. And this had happened to a lot of sort of other regular union activists who didn't have this kind of connection, just like get vanished. And the people he's able to build connections with, like, keep him from being like vanished and keep his trade unions from being slaughtered. And, you know, like the people in the military dictatorship, like, really think that, like, okay, they've gained that, you know, like they're gaining an ally in defeating communism. The thing they are actually doing is progressing their own grave diggers. And, okay, you know who else?
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, you know who else is creating their own grave diggers, Garrison?
The advertising industrial complex.
Yes, they have produced us.
We can dream.
Unbelievable. Well, in the meantime, so inside the new Batman game, you play as the 4 sidekicks after Batman allegedly dies.
Yes.
And the weirdest thing is that because 3 of the sidekicks don't usually have capes, they don't do any kind of mass gliding feature for city traversal. Instead, you have a really slow bat cycle, and then you have an almost Spider-Man-like grappling hook. And it locks onto anything around you. It's really confusing. And are we back? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And we're back. We should leave in like just like 2 minutes of Batman talk. I was completely baffled. So, okay, the other thing about Lula, just as a person, is that fundamentally he's a negotiator. Like, his style is almost like Biden-esque in the sense of, like, Biden sort of believes, like, talking to everyone across the political aisle, et cetera, et cetera. Except, like, okay, the key difference here is that Lula is actually charismatic. Yeah, but, like, you know, he will just sit there, like, with people across the aisle and, like, talk things out and negotiate with them. He'll talk with employers, he'll talk with members of the military dictatorship. But, you know, the other difference is that, like, okay, so Biden is, like, is a consummate politician, right? Like, when he talks about, like, talking with people across the aisle, he means, like, Strom Thurmond, right? When Lula is talking with people, he's talking with everyone. Like, literally everyone he runs across, he's just talking with random people at, like, union halls, at meetings, at picket lines, at, like, soccer games, at bars. And because he spends all of this time talking to people constantly, he gains this just, like, incredible ability to read crowds and, like, tailor messages for them and, like, figure out what sort of like what sort of things will work with whatever person he's saying. And he gains this, like, absolutely incredible ability to sort of charm people. And it works on people, even on people who fucking hate him. Like, there are like journalists who will spend literally their entire careers trying to destroy him. And but when they're asked about him, they're like, well, I mean, like him as a person, he's really charming. Like, he's a nice guy. But, you know, so part of what he's doing in this period, this is the late 70s, going into the early 80s. He's playing this very specific, like, game of respectability politics of, like, not directly criticizing the government. And, like, okay, so there are these strikes that start happening because, okay, so it turns out that the military government has been trying to get inflation, like, the whole sort of economic system they've been doing starts to fall apart. And inflation starts to come back, and they start doing these, like, measures to combat inflation. And the unions, okay, so originally no one had believed them, but the union has they have, like, a think tank, kind of, right? They have, like, a social sort of, like, center with a bunch of sort of, like, sociologists and economists. And they figure out that the union's been lying, the government's been lying about like, how bad inflation is. And then the IMF in the late 70s confirms this, that the military dictatorship has been lying about how bad its inflation is by doing some statistical stuff. And this matters because they've been setting cost of living adjustments by a lower level of inflation than what's actually happening. And this pisses everyone the fuck off because they're like, literally the government is robbing us. Like, they've been lying about how bad inflation is. This is like a 30% income drop, right, for these workers. And this pisses everyone the fuck off. And suddenly there's these massive, like, protests. There were, like, hundreds of thousands of people, like 100,000 people will show up to a soccer stadium as part of a strike. Like, But, you know, Lula has to make sure that everyone doesn't get murdered. And so he does these things like he avoids directly criticizing the government. He has this whole thing about how like he wants to negotiate directly with the employers. He like kicks out like leftist student groups who are like trying to like distribute like communist students who are like trying to distribute pamphlets at the rallies because he's trying to make sure that the strikers aren't seen as like communist subversives and instead as sort of like they're seen as like good, upstanding, hardworking citizens. And yeah, here's from that book again. Given the diverse outlooks, Lula represented himself as a thoughtful, righteous man who disparaged riotous behavior as unworthy and counterproductive. Like all honest workers, he called for the strikers to be disciplined and counseled against clashes with the police. He continually framed their fight as one with the companies, not the government or the policemen. And this like works because any more radical action probably is going to get everyone killed. And I mean, like when the strikes are going on, there's like they're getting buzzed by helicopters. There's like fucking army trucks everywhere. But you know, he manages not to get everyone killed, and the result of this is that Lula immediately becomes the most famous worker in Brazil. He's like on TV. He's leading strikes everywhere. Like there's these massive rallies, and you know, there's some really genuinely adorable stuff that's happening where like when he's giving his first speech to one of these rallies, it's fucking raining. The soccer stadium is just mud. Like his podium is literally sinking into the mud as he's trying to speak. And this is like the first time he's addressed a crowd this loud. And he's nervous and people start leaving. And like, so they're doing, one of the other things I learned about this is how old the crowd mic is. So they're doing this thing that becomes known as the crowd mic where like you don't have a microphone or you can't reach everyone. So the speaker says like a sentence. And then each person in the crowd says a sentence and it just sort of moves back through the crowd from everyone repeating it. And he's trying to give the speech. It's not going great. And like the workers in the front row start like yelling like, hey, you can do this, Lula. Don't worry. You got this. And then he like, and then this is like absolutely adorable moment. And then he sort of like, you know, is like gets better at it. And like by like the second one of these, like people are just like in love with him. He is unbelievably popular. He's an incredible speaker. He's like, you know, and it's very easy to, and you see writing about this at the time that are like, that look at him and are like, well, this guy is literally like people are like calling him literally the messiah of the working class, right? Like this is the kind of sort of like acclaim that he has. Like there after one of his speeches, like the entire crowd literally carries him on their shoulders from one end of the soccer stadium to the other. Like there are there are people like walking on stage and calling him like father and saying Hail Marys. Like it's fucking wild. But you know, and like when like sort of rich and educated people look at this, they're like, oh, these people are like blindly obedient to him. They're like, they have this client-patient relationship. He's like manipulating the masses, and that's not what's happening. Like that's just not what's happening. Like he actually, like the union votes against him like a couple of times, like because he's trying to do negotiations, right? And there's this thing where if I'm understanding the story right, I think what happened is that he's trying to like negotiate like people coming back to work so negotiations can continue. It's like a show of good faith or whatever. And the union's like, fuck no, we're not going back to work, and just like votes him down. And so like this kind of stuff happens, right? Like they, you know, like people respect him enormously, and he is like literally in some sense, he is like the avatar of the industrial working class. Like working class people look at him and like, and they see themselves in him. And they see the power that he's able to sort of exert, and how many people he's around there, and they're like, oh shit, the union is strong. Like we are strong. We can actually sort of fight back. But it's not like a sort of client patron thing. It's just that like he's at the head of a workers movement that is a force in and of itself and has its own agency and capacity to act. And Lula has to like negotiate with that. And like he has to sort of like rebuild their trust after he, you know, is taking a sort of more moderate line. He eventually gets like arrested in 1980, although he gets released after like a month. And from there, he gets to work founding like every important leftist organization for like the last 40 years. So in 1980, he's one of the people who founds the Workers' Party. In 1983, he founds the CUT, or so the English translation of it is Unified Workers Central, which like to this day is Brazil's like national trade union center. Like it's like their big union federation, and this is illegal at the time. But you just like, fuck it, we're doing it anyways. Like these people are losing the dictatorship, losing control. And the CUT like plays a huge role in how the dictatorship loses power. So does the PT to some extent. Like the PT like as a party are powerful enough that like they're involved in drafting the Constitution. he's there for the founding of the landless workers movement, which is a social movement that like seizes land that's not being used and redistributes it to workers. He's heavily involved in the campaigns to sort of force the military out of power. And, you know, as the military dictatorship like kind of falls apart and democracy like kind of like fully returns to Brazil in 1989, he goes like full into electoral politics. But the problem is that like he's kind of too early for his politics. He spends like the entire 90s just like getting his ass handed to him in elections over and over again. And part of what's happening, you know, part of literally what he's doing in the 90s is he's rebuilding the entire Latin American left, like from ground zero after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the sort of like global defeat of the left in the 80s. He's one of the founders of the Forum of Sao Paulo, which is the first of this series of sort of like meetings of leftists from Latin America and the Caribbean, which is trying to figure out like, okay, like, hey, what is socialism now that like the Berlin Wall is down and everything's sort of going to shit? And in 1990, that's a really bleak prospect. Like neoliberalism is completely ascendant. Nationalism has destroyed socialism. Like every sort of former socialist state's falling apart. Like capitalists are running rampant across the globe. Like literally entire communist parties are just like disbanding and all of their sort of cadre are becoming liberals. But, you know, as the 90s go on and people actually have to sort of like live under this, they increasingly realize that it sucks ass and that you know, what living under neoliberalism means is like IMF structural adjustments and like the economy, like there's the Asian market collapse, there's a bunch of other market collapses. And, you know, as after the Zapatistas sort of go on are the first like part of the left to really go on the offensive after their uprising in 1994, the left kind of starts to put itself back together. And this left, like, I think like this version of left, it's kind of dead now, but like, I think there are people who are old enough to remember it or like remember sort of like what it used to be. Like the slogan of this sort of whole like left, like one of their big slogans is "Another world is possible," which is sort of like the anti. It's like it's a response to like Thatcher's "There is no alternative." It's like another world is possible. This is the sort of like alter globalization left. Like this is a left that does the Battle of Seattle in 1999. And Lula's there for like all of it. Like after the Battle of Seattle, like he helps found the World Social Forum, which is this like giant meeting place for like international social movements. And you know, and so you know, through this whole period, like the left is sort of gathering its strength everywhere. Like, well, okay, in Latin America, and also like, I mean, it is in a lot of places, right? Like in India, it's like Indonesia, to some extent, the U.S. Although the U.S. has this problem that 9/11 happens, and yeah, that's a shit show.
Yeah, it's amazing how this movement existed almost everywhere else, but not, to my knowledge, as significantly here.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had Seattle, right? But then when 9/11 happened, the big unions like pulled out of doing any direct action shit, and then everything kind of got ate by the anti-war movement, which
and then the Green Scare.
Yeah,
Then that led to Adbusters doing and stuff at Occupy Wall Street, and then
that's the last. Well, I would so okay. I would say this. I think there's a break here. Like I think Occupy is when that kind of politics died, because when Occupy went under, and this is the sort of irony of this, and we'll get to next episode, is that like you can, there's a good argument that the place that politics actually died was in Brazil when the Workers' Party fucking like tear gassed and rubber bulleted the absolute shit out of a bunch of protesters who were like the Brazilian wave of sort of like that series of protests, and they crushed the shit out of them. It is horrible. Like this is like one of like my foundational sort of political memories is like fucking tanks rolling down the street, people shooting rubber bullets at people, like 7-year-olds getting tear gassed. It is a fucking shit show. But in 2002, like, you know, it's not that we haven't gotten there yet. Like even the sort of like most cynical Trotskyite like can't imagine the fucking PT rolling tanks through the favelas, which is what they're going to be doing in 12 years.
Yeah.
And
when Britain, we had that was when I can't quite remember when Tony Blair, maybe it was 97, but like the British Tony Blair, right, like represented this other vision for the left.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is like people like. Like one of the books I was reading was like people talk about Obama as being like the end of the same wave, except Obama sort of like like even more so than any of the other politicians we're going to be talking about is a sort of like recuperation of this, right? Like he's the guy who takes all his energy and is like, okay, so we're going to get into like the negative side of all of this shit next episode, but like in some sense, Lula does play a similar role in Brazil and we will get there. But right now, okay, so there's another part of this that like doesn't get talked about that much, which is that in the early 2000s in Latin America, it's not just that like the left is winning elections. Like there are open revolutions going on. Like, I mean, there's a bunch of them. There's a
Yes.
like arguably like the last communist revolution like ever happens in like the last sort of like the last gasp of the classical workers movement happens in Argentina in 2001. There's this huge revolt against the IMF and austerity, and like this is the last time like in world history that like people occupy factories and then attempt to like take them over and use them as a way of seizing the means of production. People occupy factories in Bosnia and Herzegovina in like 2014, but like by that point, like those guys are occupying factories and then having like Occupy meetings in them. They're not like attempting to sort of like seize production.
Yeah.
But you know, like these are real revolutions, right? Like there's a coup against Hugo Chavez that gets overturned by another popular revolution. There's the water and gas wars in Bolivia, which culminate in like literally the capital is like entirely blockaded off from the rest of the country and surrounded by roadblocks, and the fucking government, like this is in 2005, the government is like fucking imploding, the military's falling apart, like and this is the sort of chain of events that brings Evo Morales into power. But like they very nearly just destroyed the entire Bolivian government. The cycle sort of ends with the Oaxaca uprising in 2006, where like the people of Oaxaca just fucking take the city and hold it for like a few months and like run it through democratic assemblies, and then like the army shows up and they get but like like there is a point like that was like I think like in my lifetime like the workers of a city fucking just took it over. This is stuff that like like I think now we kind of like we have problem like I think most people have sort of forgotten about this stuff. Like this was a moment in which like revolution and the destruction of capitalism was on the table.
Yeah, and like I did a lot of it. I'm not super. I lived in Venezuela for some of this time, briefly, but it felt very possible in a way that like it probably hasn't since, right? Like this, it was fascinating to see like, and the cooperation between those countries was very real, right? Like obviously Cuban doctors are fucking everywhere, right? If you travel in Brazil, sports thing there. But it was fascinating to see like people from here coming here, and I think they had that Sao Paulo forum, right, where these ideas would be exchanged, and that was very formative for me. It genuinely felt like it was possible for something as a result of this like ghoulish IMF policy that we'd had for the previous 20 years. People are like, no, fuck this, we're doing it our way. And didn't turn out
okay, but
great.
this is what's really weird about Lula, because Lula's running in 2002 and he's watching all of this happen, and his strategy, his response to this is basically the analysis, because he spent the entire 90s running leftist campaigns and losing, right? And his strategy in 2002 is he's going to move the PT, the Workers' Party, to the right, both in terms of messaging and in policy, so as not to sort of like scare voters. And he finally convinces the rest of the PT to do something he's been advocating for like decades, which is allying with sort of like liberal or conservative, like non-leftist parties, which they do in this election. And we're going to see how that goes later, because, oh boy. But, okay, so like why are they sort of doing this? There's a few reasons. Partially it's because Lula's been like losing elections, as being like, okay, so we have to do something different. Partially it's because the PT is a product of the collapse of like, the PT like in the 2000s, like the base that had formed that party is basically collapsed, right? The PT is like its core constituencies are sort of like leftist groups. There's like left-wing Catholic groups, and the sort of like the giant sort of like trade union stuff that like the giant workers movement that Lula was a part of. But by 2002, like the Catholic Church has swung back to the right. Like the sort of left Catholic people are on the retreat. There's very few of them left. And we're going to talk about this more later, but the sort of giant industrial unions that like Lula had been ahead of, like, and that, Lula's career in the PT itself comes from, have been shattered by sort of like by deindustrialization and the collapse of sort of Brazil's industrial economy. And the product of this is that without its sort of social basis, like Lula keeps losing elections. So he goes, okay, so his solution to this, and the PT understands this, right? Like they're aware of the fact that like part of what's happening with them is that like they've, you know, they're losing parts of their working class base because that working class literally doesn't exist anymore. They're gaining a bunch of sort of middle class like leftist activists, but they need to find a way to sort of broaden their appeal. And so like he promises, like openly gives this like speech about how he's not going to do like a quote rupture with the economy, which is what this party have been campaigning on because, you know, the PT are leftist, right? The whole point of another world is possible is we don't have to live under capitalism anymore. Lula's like, no, guys, hold on. I didn't mean that. Like, we're not going to do a rupture. And instead what Lula does is pledges to and like stays in Brazil's commitments to the IMF, including like fucking insane shit like maintaining primary budget surpluses, which is nuts. And he instead of he stays in the and you know, so Argentina famously, like Argentina's solution to the sort of uprisings that are happening is that they default on their debt to the IMF. And they're like, fuck you, we're not paying. And Lula's like, nah, we'll pay. Like, it's fine. We'll just keep paying it. And like the PT itself is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening here? Why is this happening here? Like, why is he doing this? And, you know, Lula's just like, well, okay, we need to take power. We need to do this to take power. And so he does. And weirdly, in the middle of this cycle of sort of like the resurrection of the left, he's running increasingly to the right. Yeah. And, you know, okay, part of what's happening here is that there's an inherent problem that leftist governments have when they take over the state, especially when they take over a capitalist state by winning an election, which is that if you are in control of the government, right, if you control the state, your job is now to keep the economy running. And in theory, this isn't incompatible with leftist beliefs, but if you stop and think about what this actually means for a second, keeping the economy running means keeping the economy growing. And economic growth, right, means that capitalists have to keep making more money every year than they did last year. Like that's what economic growth is, right? And this is a real problem if you are a leftist taking power. Because if you don't do this, you will A, lose elections because regular people will get pissed off because when capitalists don't make more money, they start firing people. And B, the bourgeoisie, who only ever grudgingly accepts the left as sort of like a legitimate power in the first place, if they're not getting more money every single year, they will overthrow you. And, you know, Lula knows this, right? But the solution to this problem that these sort of like pink tie governments come to is basically to let a faction of the sort of national bourgeoisie, the sort of national capitalist class, the people who are like capitalist domestically, like they let them into this product of sort of like this nationalist developmental project. And so what this means essentially is you are buying a section of the ruling class off, right? You are giving them access to state contracts. You're doing state investments in infrastructure that helps them like expand things like mining so they can, you know, take some of the profits from it. You're giving them preferential access to government contracts in exchange for sort of supporting you. And there's a lot of ways this can look. Like the MAS in Bolivia, for example, starts bringing these elites directly into the party with this sort of developmentalist faction. In Brazil, it looks like an alliance of something called the Centro, which is like Central. Sorry, my Portuguese is not good. Which is this sort of like ever-present force in Brazilian politics, which is like the corruption faction. It's like this series of sort of parties that are like kind of loosely knit, who kind of vote together, but who don't like, the parties nominally have ideology, but like their ideology is I am like a local political, like powerful political person, and you are going to pay me or you will not be able to pass literally any bill ever. And okay, so they have to form an alliance with sort of these parties. And the other thing they start doing is that they are just literally they just literally start buying people off. And this leads to sort of like a bunch of corruption scandals that we're going to get you next episode. But while Lula is in office, this seems like it's working really well. He's able to sort of pay off the bourgeoisie and fund these social welfare programs for the Brazilian working class. And this has a massive impact, right? Like this lifts something like 20 million people out of poverty. And okay, and I and other people will argue about what it means to like lift people out of poverty and how poor they still are. But, you know, it is true these people have a massive increase in quality of life. Like people are getting running water in their homes for the first time. Like people are having electricity for the first time. It's also worth pointing out that Lula, who is white, spends a fucking shit ton of time fighting against racism and fighting for educational and job opportunities for black people, even though, okay, there's like an asterisk next to that has to do with the police that we'll get back to next episode. Yeah. Oh, it's fucking, oh boy. It is worse than you can possibly imagine. But you know, he's trying to end hunger. He has this very famous program called the Bolsa Familia, which is basically like if you're poor enough and you agree to send your kids to school and get them vaccinated, like the government will just give you money. And you know, there's also a microloan part of this, which is my ...
Oh,
this
good.
won't go. Oh yeah. Nothing bad will happen from the Brazilian government attempting to get a bunch of people to take microloans.
Great.
This does not lead us into fascism at all. But, you know, okay, like, this works, right? Lula is able to grow the economy. Like, Brazil's economic growth in this period is like 7%, which is fucking nuts, like, year on year. He leaves office with, I've seen it alternately said as like an 85 or a 90% approval rating. He's unbelievably popular. You know, so everything, like, looks good, right? Kind of. From inside Brazil, it looks like the PT has succeeded beyond the wildest dreams of everyone. They've been a successful social democratic party in that they've lifted a bunch of people out of poverty. There's like people who are alive who are alive today who would not be because the PT was in power, right? And you know, there are people who don't starve. There are people who don't go hungry. There are people who have opportunities, like educational opportunities, who have opportunities to advance themselves for the first time ever. And it's a successful capitalist government too, because again, 7% year-on-year growth, right? Like this is fucking nuts. Like this is a kind of economic growth that is like unimaginable in most parts of the world. However, if this at all actually worked, we wouldn't be here right now with the fascist president going into like hiding. And so next episodes, you know, Marx, I've been talking about gravediggers sort of this episode, right? There's a famous part in the Communist Manifesto where Marx talks about like capitalism producing its own gravediggers, and capitalism has never done that, right? Like to this day, right now, capitalism has yet to produce its own gravediggers. Social democracy has produced its own gravediggers in every single fucking country anyone's ever done it. And in next episode, we're going to watch the PT produce its own gravediggers, and we are going to watch them attempt to bury Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva and the rest of the Brazilian working class alive.
Oh, good. Do you want to do a Bolsonaro update? Because he's apparently left the building.
Oh shit! Okay, yeah. Bolsonaro has left the building. Hold on, breaking news.
Yeah,
he left the palace finally.
Yeah, in a convoy of black SUVs.
Oh, he's expected to break the silence.
Yeah, so I'm looking at Benjamin Fogel, who's pretty good on this. He's expected to break the silence, but not to congratulate Lula on winning.
Jesus Christ!
I have lost. Goodbye.
Oh, no. Okay, so yeah, there might be if. I don't know what we're gonna do if there's a coup in between this episode and the next episode.
Yeah, it will be.
Hopefully not. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, one thing that like I will say, and that I think we're gonna talk a bit about next episode, is that like part of what's happening right now that's very important is that Biden is in office in the U.S. And I mean, okay, so the Brazilian military has a long history of doing coups, but usually when they're doing coups with the backing of the U.S. government. And Biden, like, just on a personal level, fucking hates Bolsonaro. And there is a very real chance that this is a significant factor in why we haven't seen a coup, is literally the president of the United States personally does not like the fascist president of Brazil. And this is a fucking batshit state of affairs, right? Like, the fact that, like, the, like, personal inclinations of the president of the United States has this much of an impact on, like, the politics of an entire country is nuts.
This happened in the other direction for a while, right? Like it's, I guess, not personal; it's just the personal inclination of the president in that case.
Yeah, well, there's weird things here too, because like Lula was weirdly friendly with Bush, which I think is part of why they never tried to coup him.
As opposed to Chavez, who called him the devil.
Yeah, which is really interesting because Lula and Chavez are friends.
Yeah.
Right? And Chavez gives the speech about how, like, everyone has their own, like, at the World Social Forum, gives a speech about how everyone's existing in their own, like, conditions, so you can't expect, like, you know, you can't expect Lula to be Chavez, you can't expect Chavez to be Castro, like stuff like that.
Yeah,
but it's weird. Hopefully Bolsonaro fucking leaves office. If not, I don't know. But either way, I don't know. Things are the history of Brazil during this period is also kind of bleak, but after this period is way the fuck bleaker. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that tomorrow, and yeah, we'll update you if there is a coup.
You've never been one to settle. Stand down or stand still. You're a lifelong learner, energized by excellence. There's a fire inside you you can't ignore. You've got competition to outrun, momentum to build on, and your own high standards to meet. Stop now? Not a chance. At Capella University, we help you catch what you're chasing because you've always had the drive. Now, go earn the degree. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
So, do you want to start shopping for your next car, but don't know where to begin? Start at CarMax, where you can shop your way from start to finish. Whether you're shopping for something practical, adventurous, or luxurious, CarMax puts you in the driver's seat. And if you want to shop cars that fit your budget, CarMax has your back all the way. Simply grab your phone and get pre-qualified from your couch, the dog park, or even on a coffee break. It's quick, easy, and has zero impact on your credit score. Want to explore your options? CarMax has plenty of options. In fact, with over 45,000 cars to choose from, CarMax has rides for almost every budget, including more than 25,000 cars priced under $25,000. From browsing online to checking out cars on the lot, you can shop your way at CarMax. Want to get started on the search for your next car? Start at CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Kids, pets, life, your sofa sees it all. But with a washable sofa, stains don't stand a chance. All of our sofa collections come with fully machine washable covers and cushions, making cleanup effortless. Liquid and stain-resistant fabrics provide extra protection against everyday messes. Plus, with modular designs, you can rearrange your sofa however you like. Perfect for growing families and changing spaces. Starting at just $699, it's time to upgrade to a stress-free, mess-proof sofa. Visit washablesofas.com today and save. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
Oh, God is dead and the woke left have killed him. Welcome to It Could Happen Here, the podcast where we celebrate the destruction of Jair Bolsonaro and the concept of Christianity and the human soul, both of which happened recently in Brazil, as far as I understand from skimming the news on Twitter. How's everybody else doing today?
Utterly exhausted, but you know, such is the world without Christ.
Yeah,
we have destroyed.
Yeah, that's what the woke mob did. Speaking of woke mobs, what are we doing today? What are we talking about?
We are talking more about the Brazilian elections. I guess we should start with our perennial update about what seems to be happening there right now. So, okay, currently it is 11 a.m. Pacific time. We're recording this on
that sounds about right. Yeah,
that one. So as of right now, Bolsonaro he's appeared, but he still hasn't conceded the election.
He sure hasn't.
Yeah, and okay, so the other thing that's been going on is that there's been so one of the sort of perennial Bolsonaro things is that he has a bunch of support among a bunch of sort of like a bunch of different sort of like kinds of truckers. And there's been there's been setting up a bunch of barricades. From talking to people on the ground and from what I've seen from it, I don't know. It's hard to gauge like how serious these blockades actually
some
are.
Of these blockades, I've seen videos of some that involve several dozen vehicles.
Yeah, I mean they have a lot of vehicles. Like as the thing. Okay, so. The Supreme Court has ordered the police to like clear the barricades.
Yes.
And as best I can tell, they're kind of just getting their asses kicked. Like they're not really resisting like particularly hard. And so I don't know if this is like
it's the kind of thing that it will present perhaps a model for other people in the future if there's any efficacy to it. It certainly could be part of an effective coup, like locking down the roads in this way.
Yeah, I mean, this is how the coups, like this is how like the coup against Allende started, for example.
If Bolsonaro and the military don't both go in 100% right now, basically, then what these truckers are doing will not be much more than like an annoyance. You know, it's the same thing as with January 6th. If Trump, when they breached the Capitol, if Trump had declared, I'm remaining president, everybody rise up, well, then a whole thing might have happened. But he didn't. And so the momentum that might have kind of led into a more thorough takeover of the government fizzled out with a bunch of guys getting, into fistfights with the Capitol Police and shit.
Yeah, and there's an aspect I think, too, that's sort of important of like, so these are like, Bolsonaro, like, this whole sort of, like, truckers blockade thing, like, this has been going on in various forms for, like, the entire time he's been in office, and, like, he sort of turned them into these motorcades that he would do, but they're really weird in that, like, okay, so, like, they are blocking roads, but a lot of it is kind of pure spectacle. Like, there's this whole wave of sort of right-wing candidates, but like there's a whole wing of sort of like right-wing politicians who like got their start from like doing Instagram videos from like or like TikToks or like shit like whatever like basically like from these blockades. So like I don't know, they don't seem to be like as of right now. I don't think they're like an incredibly serious fighting force, but I mean it's not good this is happening. It's also not good that the police was like initially cooperating with them and that the police set up their own roadblocks to stop people from voting. So I don't know. The situation is not good, but it's not as bad as it could be. And yeah, and I want to reiterate that like the U.S. has recognized that Lula has won the election, which I think makes it like infinitely harder.
Yes, the fact that, and this is one of those things when people on the left talk about like, is there a harm reduction point in voting? Well, this is harm reduction, right? Because if Trump had been in office, he would have backed Bolsonaro and Lula would be in prison again. And there would be absolutely no hope for stemming the destruction of the rainforest. Not that things are going to work. Things could still be a nightmare in Brazil. Don't get me wrong, but we've at least avoided the most obvious way things could have been a disaster.
Yeah. Although I do want to point out that the Obama administration had a huge role in like this entire shit happening. To be fair, the Obama administration, I don't think was trying to put Bolsonaro in power. They were trying to put the neoliberal ghouls in power. But they definitely, we'll get into that next episode, but they definitely like helped get us here.
No, I mean, that's true. And it also follows in the continually building story that like, Biden's actually a much better president than Barack Obama.
Yeah, low bar, but
I mean, incredibly low bar because Barack Obama led directly to Donald Trump for a variety of reasons.
Yeah,
but like, there you are.
This is a weird world that we live in.
Yeah, and it's also like people are now starting, rightfully so. I know we're going to be talking about a bunch of fucked up stuff about Lula. Most recently, kind of bringing up his very bad takes on Ukraine. But it's also like, I don't care. Like, obviously, I think I would always like for people to have, if they're going to have a representative democracy, better leaders. But at the end of the day, like the rainforest being destroyed at the rate it's being destroyed is an existential threat to all life on Earth. And Lula has a proven track record of reducing deforestation in the Amazon.
Well,
so I don't care that he has a bad take on you. I just don't. Like it doesn't matter really.
Yeah. I saw articles that were like, Lula supports democracy in Brazil, but supports authoritarianism abroad. It's like, guys, shut up. Like, holy shit, Jesus Christ. Like, if I go back to 2017, I can find all of you like writing fucking pro Bolsonaro articles. So like, shut up. So, okay, so let's get to how everything went to shit. So last episode, we sort of left the PT like riding high. Lula's out with like 80-90% approval rating. He's done like an economic miracle. He's pulled Wall Street out of poverty. And, you know, if things had continued like that, we wouldn't be here right now. So obviously something happened. And to understand what happens, unfortunately, we have to do some materialism. Okay, so bear with me through the materialism. I promise we're going to get to a bunch of like absolutely horrific crimes against humanity. But first, we need to do a bit of materialism.
I love crimes against humanity.
Yeah. There are lots of criming. Oh boy.
I'm already hard. Wait, maybe I shouldn't have said it that way.
Moving swiftly on. So, okay, I'm gonna quote here from one of the sort of more famous Marx quotes from 18th Brumaire. That is genuinely a very good way of understanding history, which is, men make their own history, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selective circumstances, but under circumstances are existing already, given and transmitted from the past. So, okay, what are the circumstances that like 2002 Lula is inheriting? Lula's sort of social democratic plan is able to sort of grow the economy and also pay off the ruling class to be able to stay in power at the same time because of something called the commodity boom. A commodity boom broadly is just like, it's a large spike across the board in the prices of commodities over a sort of period of time. We're using the sort of like mainstream bourgeois definition of a commodity, which is like primary commodities. It's stuff you can like pick up off the ground, dig up, or harvest. So it's things like soybeans, like copper, iron,
horses, lead, condoms. Yes, we understand what commodities are.
Yes, look, Brazil condom tree. I don't know. I got nothing. So okay, and Lula like takes office and leaves power like almost exactly perfectly to take advantage of like the peak of the commodity boom, right? Lula comes into power in 2000 so he wins the 2002 election, he takes office in 2003. The commodity boom, according to Cambridge's A Handbook of Primary Commodities in the Global Economy, took off in 2004 and ended in about 2014, but it's slowing by about 2010, 2011-ish. And Lula exits office in 2010 due to the 2-term limit, which means he never has to deal with the consequences of the downturn.
And let's stop here for a second. How do term limits work in the Brazilian system? Because it's not the same as here. Here, like a term limit means you get your 2 as president and then you're done.
Yeah, so so the way I think it works, and I could be wrong about this, but I'm 90% sure the way it works. Okay, so you can have 2 terms and then you can't run again in a row, but if like someone else comes in, you can then run again after that. It's just that you can only do 2 in a row.
I mean, I'm happy that he's beaten Bolsonaro, but that is a very silly way to do it.
Yeah, well, and I will say something about Lula that like I think kind of infuriates a lot of the people who like don't like him politically and want to sort of scream about his authoritarianism or whatever. Like he was always like mostly really scrupulous about the sort of like democratic norm stuff. Like a lot of other sort of like pink tide leaders in the same position. Like this is actually how Evo Morales originally gets in trouble, is that he tries to seek a 3rd term. And Lula is just like, nah, I'm out. Fuck it. Like,
which is good. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of like on the one hand, in theoretical terms, this is sort of like good for Brazilian democracy, et cetera, et cetera. In practical terms, it's kind of a disaster. Because,
I mean, it's good because I think that it's always good when popular leaders acknowledge like absolute limits. But yeah, I mean, the timing wasn't ideal.
Yeah, and but okay, so like, the reason that he's able to sort of like, I'm like, if the Constitution had allowed him to run for a third term, he would have just like he would have clobbered everyone. There's just not even like any remote competition to him. And the reason he's able to do this again is because
people like this guy.
He got like 10% less of the vote this time.
I mean, yeah, but what was that? Yeah, okay.
Like this election was like really close compared.
No.
Like,
you're talking about this most recent one.
Recent
I'm
one.
talking about
really
Lula
close.
back then. Yeah.
Lula back then, like literally unstoppable political
He's
juggernaut.
very popular at this point.
Yeah, but this is because of the commodity boom, and we need to, in order to understand what is going to happen to the PT, we need to understand why the commodity boom happened in the first place. This turns out to be very important. There's a lot of causes technically that have to do with a lot of complicated macroeconomic stuff. The single most important cause for us, and I think generally the one that is credited with the reason that these commodity prices are increasing, is the skyrocketing growth of the Chinese economy in the 2000s. And I mean, when I say skyrocketing growth, like we are talking like double-digit GDP increases every year.
Mm-hmm. This is like when we have that Olympics where they have all the drummers, and you have that Newsweek article about how scary China is. Maybe it's time. Yes.
And the sort of the massive increase in industrial production, like the CCP is like China is industrializing on a scale that is, I think, like almost hitherto unimaginable. And this means, there's an enormous increase in demand for primary commodities. But this boom was only sustainable as long as the Chinese economy can maintain something like double-digit GDP growth. But the problem is, after 2008, the Chinese economy starts to slow. And sort of in response to this, in 2009, the CCP does like one of the largest stimulus projects ever. And they spend 4 trillion RMB on like infrastructure and welfare programs to stave off a recession. And it works. But, like this is like the largest like stimulus program ever. And it can't really keep the economy growing. Like ever since 2010, every single year. Well, okay, excluding the weird rebound stuff in 2021, but like every single year, like year on year growth, the rate of growth of the Chinese economy has been decreasing.
Right.
And okay, well, the commodity boom, is produced by fueling, by increased Chinese demand, but. Okay, what happens when that isn't true? But okay, so in the 2000s, like this is great. These are the sort of material conditions that make Lula's like politics possible, right? You have enormous economic growth, and and this economic growth is happening in sectors like in very important sectors of the Brazilian economy, to the extent that it's able to provide a stable revenue base for the state that allows it to fund welfare programs, like and pay off the bourgeoisie, which is this is sort of like papering over this sort of like fundamental contradiction of the PT's base, right? Which is that they have to keep the economy running, so they have to pay off a bunch of sort of like incredibly corrupt dudes and also just sort of like Brazilian capitalists, and they also are trying to sort of do their welfare programs. But the commodity boom collapses, and suddenly there's only enough money to either pay the capitalists or pay the workers, and not both, and the project begins to collapse. And this happens across Latin America. I would make the argument that like the end of the commodity boom like is the reaper that came for the Latin American left. It is at least as important, if not more so, in the collapse of the sort of the pink tide over the course of 2010s, like than the actual CIA. Like the CIA is very heavily involved in this, but the commodity boom just sort of like just nuking all of these economies. Like coming to an end is like that is an enormously important sort of like element of this entire story. And there's another thing that we should note, which is that there's a problem with organizing your economy to be sort of like in a way that's reliant on sort of like primary commodity, like export production. A handbook of primary commodities in the global economy specifically notes, quote, Brazil's significance in coffee, cotton, iron ore, sugar, and tobacco, and Chile is a dominant exporter of coffee. So, okay, Brazil exports like 11% of the world's cotton, 20% of the world's iron ore, 15% of its coffee, 39% of its sugar, and 18% of its tobacco. And it has an enormous cattle industry. It's got like a bunch of soybean farming, which is actually really important because it turns out as China gets richer,
it turns people into soy boys.
Yeah, it also makes soy sauce, which is very important for.
I mean, more importantly, our reserves of beta cuck energy would be disastrously low if we didn't have Brazilian soy. So thank you, Jair Bolsonaro, for keeping the soy flowing.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is sort of like this is a joke, but like this is sort of the issue with this, right? Like, okay, so politically, this is a disaster. There's also a massive timber industry, which has been literally destroying the entire planet.
Yes.
But like, okay, so like, here's the thing. If you know anything about sugar, coffee, cotton, and tobacco, you know those are slavery crops. And, you know, like these are like the primary exports of a plantation economy. And the people who run those kind of like economies, the people who like those plantation owners are like the scariest people who have ever lived anywhere, like at any time on Earth. And, you know, in Brazil, these people have been in power for 500 years. And unfortunately, this is like a big part of what sort of Lula's economic miracle is resting on. And this isn't really like a base that produces socialism. Like if your economic base is relying on these like unbelievably psychotic, racist, like planter oligarchs, like your economic base is something that creates fascism. However, Robert, do you know what else produces fascism?
The products and services that support this podcast.
Ding, 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 ding. Some of them, I guess,
good.
are fascism, just directly.
So true.
Well, yeah. The gold people probably would be the main example of this. But we also are sponsored by bigfascism.org. Shit. I don't know. Just roll the fucking ads. We're back. Boy, that was a good ad pivot. I hope everybody's happy. Chris, why don't you continue talking about Lula?
Yeah, so speaking of fascism...
I was doing a...
I went into it earlier.
Not well.
No, this is going great.
It's hard to... We'll have Daniel fix that up in post.
Yeah. Okay, so speaking of creating fascism, let's talk about that time Lula invaded Haiti.
All right. Well, to be fair, whomst among us hasn't invaded Haiti?
This is true.
I've actually never invaded Haiti.
That's true. I've never invaded Haiti. However, the U.S. and Canada also, and the UK.
Well, okay. Oh, well.
That is more what I was saying.
Okay.
It's... Yeah. So in 2004, a CIA-backed coup ousted Haiti's democratically elected leftist president, Jean-Baptiste Aristide. And initially, so the initial sort of occupation force that's sent in by the UN is like an American, French, and Canadian force. And they're sent in like ostensibly under the sort of guise of like restoring stability or whatever. But I think about who can make Haiti stable, it's France and the United States. Yeah, partners in nation stability.
And Canada.
And Canada now. I'm glad you guys are, getting involved in your big brother's crimes against humanity.
Yeah.
I'm wondering for the Canadian stuff, how do they ship all of the Mounties all the way to Haiti?
Okay, so here's
they took
the
their horses over the water, Garrison.
Yeah. We built the land bridge.
Yeah.
Allowed them to ride. Okay, so but the thing about this force, right, is that like, okay, so even to like the most casual observer, having literally France and the US and also Canada, which is the US, but there's also a French part of it, like, literally,
and they put weird fucking sausage soup on their goddamn French fries. Disgusting.
Yeah, it turns out. Okay, so like the optics of these people just militarily occupying Haiti is really bad. So okay, the UN is trying to figure out like a permanent force, and initially Lula like opposes Brazil getting involved in this, which is good. But
that would make sense.
I'm guessing
when I think about
change.
when I think about whether or not Brazil should be involved in places, Haiti would not be the top of my list.
I mean, this is always just like a really sad thing of sort of like just like the history of Latin America, of like how many countries like owe their existence to Haiti over and over and over again, like sending them troops and ships and weapons, and then every single one of these countries are like, fuck you, Haiti. So Lula, like, basically, Lula becomes convinced that like this is like his big opportunity to like build the influence of Brazil on the international stage, and so Brazil just like takes over the occupation of the auspices of the United Nations Stabilization Mission in Haiti, which has the like utterly impronounceable acronym MINUSTAH or something.
God damn it, guys! Come on. You know how to do an acronym. You have enough money. Jesus.
You would think, however, no, it's this bullshit. And okay, so apparently this is part of a plan to try to get US and French support for a bid to get Brazil a permanent seat in the UN Security Council. If you Google who is currently on the UN Security Council, you will see how this went, which is to say it did not work. And shit starts going horrifically badly almost immediately. Basically, like at the outset of the occupation, Brazilian troops in Haiti launched an attack on a, quote, gang leader. And note, by the way, here, the terminology that is used to describe this operation and the people that they're fighting is exactly the same way as the paramilitary forces in Haiti are described like right now by the US and the UN as the US tries to stage another invasion, this time with the backing of Mexico's nominally leftist president AMLO. So, a real sort of legacy of people who Americans think are leftists doing imperialism in Haiti. Good job, everyone.
Well, everybody does a little bit of imperialism in Haiti, you know?
Look, okay,
as a treat.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Every single country in Latin America is bound and determined to prove that you actually cannot do. Contrary to sort of popular opinion about this, you actually can't do social democracy without imperialism. And every single time someone tries to do a social democracy, they have to invade Haiti. It's just sort of like it's in the contract here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so the UN, the sort of like the, and by the way, I should point out the UN force is commanded by a Brazilian general, like the entire, basically once the Brazilians take over, it's commanded by Brazilian generals the entire time. And
those guys seem nice.
Yeah. Okay. So they go after this guy and they fire 22,000 rounds of ammunition into basically just like apartment buildings. To this day, nobody knows how many people they killed, but from eyewitness reports, we know they killed babies, they killed children, they killed pregnant women. It is Vietnam shit. It is absolutely awful. Augusto Heleno, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name. He's the guy who leads this operation, becomes the head of Bolsonaro's Institutional Security Bureau. Here's a headline from Poder 360 from last week. Quote, "It is not possible to admit the return of the Red Gang," says Heleno. And by the Red Gang, he means Lula. He's calling Lula a communist.
Okay.
And this is fine and good from a guy who, again, is the head of the Institutional Security Bureau. This guy, like, sucks so much. When he retired in 2011, Heleno defended, this is from Reuters, when he retired in 2011, Heleno defended Brazil's 1964 to 1985 military dictatorship as a bulwark against the the communization of the country.
Sure.
And, okay, so, like, we can say that as much as sort of Brazil's, like, fascism is homegrown, and this is absolutely true, they're also just, like, eating the ass end of Foucault's boomerang, because all of the fascism that they're about to do is exported to Haiti before it comes back. Here's from Reuters. This is talking about Bolsonaro's cabinet. His proposed defense minister, former General Fernando Alvarez e Silva, served under Heleno as an operations chief. Bolsonaro's incoming infrastructure minister, Tarcísio Freitas, was a senior UN military engineer in Haiti, arriving shortly after Heleno left in 2005. Retired General Carlos Alberto dos Santa Cruz, Brazil's next government minister, led UN troops in the Caribbean nation in 2007. All of those guys, by the way, this was written before the election. All of those guys took office. Fully two of Bolsonaro's secretaries of government were part of this occupation. So, yeah, this obviously went great for Lula. Like, yeah, okay, good job. You sent a bunch of colonial troops to occupy Haiti, and then all of the generals came home and were like, let's fucking do fascism here too. Yeah, so in this episode, we're talking a lot about sort of the Brazilian fascism because, you know, this is a Brazil episode, but I don't want to minimize like what this did to Haiti, where like to this day, Lula is like fucking despised for, you know, like betraying the Haitian people and fucking occupying the country with troops. Like there's this whole thing where like Lula goes to Haiti and he has this whole thing about how like he's playing like a soccer match and he's like, okay, we're going to show the world that there's an alternative to bullets. And meanwhile, this soccer stadium is literally surrounded by the Brazilian army. And it's, oh boy.
I love showing the world there is an alternative to bullets, and it's just threatening people with your guns because they know you've shot enough people that you'll use them if they.
And drones too, by the way. This is where the UN learns how to do drone warfare. The other thing that's happening here is this occupation is where the UN starts to like fight quote like hybrid wars for the first time. The wars that they're doing, these sort of peacekeeping operations, quote unquote. They're starting to do counterinsurgency shit where like the enemy can be mixed in with the population, and you know they kill a shit ton of people. There is rampant rape and sexual assault because it turns out that when you send troops to another country to occupy it, this is what happens. And when this force eventually pulls out in 2017, they just like leave a shit ton of fatherless babies behind because the people who, you know, did all this shit were like, fuck it, we're just gonna leave. We're gonna like leave these children behind. I think most famously, okay, so there's a giant earthquake in Haiti in 2010, and this leads to this like enormous sort of redoubling of the occupation, and troops are brought in from other parts of the world, including there's a contingent from Nepal, and the result of this is that the Nepalese
definitely
troops,
Haiti seems like a place Nepalese soldiers ought to be.
This is by the way like this is like the new revolutionary government in Nepal that has like finally defeated the monarchy. After like a decade of struggle, it's like
we all looked at the British Empire and we're like, well, that's clearly fucked up. But what if we did it in a decentralized way, right? Like, what if it wasn't just the British? What if everyone was sending Nepalese shock troops in to crack down on popular insurgencies?
Well, and the thing that particularly goes wrong with the Nepalese troops is that the Nepalese troops would bring cholera to Haiti. And
okay, well, again, who hasn't?
Here's the thing. The defeat of cholera, this is like one of the few genuine victories we have had over sort of like the over the last 200 years, over the forces that have caused like human misery and suffering for like since time immemorial, is that we defeated cholera. And then we brought it back. The fucking UN occupation brings like this is the first large scale cholera outbreak in modern times. 800,000 Haitians get cholera as a result of this.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah.
It's not hard to not spread cholera.
Yeah,
we success. Like, even if you're looking by the standards of military occupations, like the Russians haven't spread cholera in Ukraine. It's not hard to not spread cholera
in Vietnam.
No, we didn't create a cholera epidemic in Afghanistan or Iraq. It is not hard to not create a cholera epidemic.
Yeah, to be fair, the Saudis have managed to create one in Yemen now too.
Yes,
but that's probably worse than this one. But
that more just reinforces my point that most imperialist occupations are able to not cause cholera epidemics.
It's hard. And okay, you know, and obviously, right, like, okay, you've now created your colonial army. The colonial army is going to come home, and literally these same troops go back to Brazil and launch a war in the favelas. Under Dilma Rousseff's PT, like the fucking army is literally occupying the favelas. And, you know, this is all part of the PT's like massive campaign to sort of buy weapons and modernize the army, which, and buy. Like, I think currently they're involved in like, well, I'm not entirely sure about my dates on this. I'm not entirely sure if they're currently involved in 9 UN peacekeeping operations or 16, but there are Brazilian troops like all over the world, still doing this bullshit. And, you know, again, as we've talked about, like, literally the people who are in Haiti, like, are the people who are going to help put Lula in prison and put Bolsonaro in power. So, you know, this is some fucking enormous, like, creating your own gravedigger shit. Okay, we've now gotten through one of the sort of sets of gravediggers the PT is building for themselves. But also back in Brazil, things are also, like, you know, not going great for them. Which, and the way that this is specifically not going great is that, like, even you know, sort of in the hour of triumph of the Workers' Party, right? Lula ascendant, et cetera, there is a massive fissure opening under the feet of the Brazilian left, and that fissure is the gig economy. We have talked, like, literally ad nauseum on this show about how the gig economy is bad for workers. For our purposes, the thing that's kind of important here is that doing this kind of gig work, right, like becoming an independent contractor, it has a profound social and political effect, and it creates a sort of profound social political atomization, right? It breaks down the sort of social bonds that, like, built the workers movement, the PT, and transform, and instead of the sort of, like, you know, massification, right, like the conversion of people into sort of like these like concrete mass social entities who can, like, take collective action, you get these neoliberal subjects who are incredibly atomized, incredibly isolated, and vulnerable to sort of, like, you know, fascist projects that promise, like, community and unity and, like, this new organic whole. And, you know, guess where Bolsonaro draws his support from? Oh, wait, it's a newly evangelical section of the working class. And to be clear here, the informal sector in Brazil has always been massive. But the way the PT runs their welfare programs makes everything just exponentially worse. We talked about this a bit last episode, but one of the big things that the PT's welfare programs do is they're about giving people access to microcredit. And, okay, so in the short run, this is technically incredibly effective at combating poverty, but it had another effect, which was to sort of, like, deeply and firmly, like, sort of like ingrain vast sections of Brazilian workers into the banking system and turn them into micro entrepreneurs. And, okay, so being a social democratic party and on purpose constructing an entire class of micro entrepreneurs is, like, maybe the single best example of producing your own gravediggers that I've seen since, like, the military dictatorship cooperated with Lula in the first place. This is a terrible idea. But, you know, okay, so I think it's worth asking, like, why is the PT doing this shit, right? Like, this is something that is, like, otherwise absolutely incomprehensible. And the answer is that the PT was never quite the party that people think it is. Here is from a group of Brazilian anarchists writing in CrimethInc. The rulers linked to the realization of mega events cheaply reap political rewards. For FIFA and its corporate cronies, not coincidentally the same companies that financed the electoral campaigns of the PT, the benefits were financial. Profits stretched into the billions, underwritten by public resources and guaranteed by police repression. The PT could not have done this alone. It was the party that received the largest total of private donations in recent years, 75 million in 2013, while other parties like the PSDB, the Social Democratic Party, and PMDB, Party of Democratic Movement, the biggest and oldest party in Brazil, mostly center-right and conservative politicians, only managed $46 million altogether. In 2014, the year of Dilma Rousseff's re-election, the PT received $47 million from contractors facing lawsuits and investigations, while the PMDB got $38 million and the PSDB got $28 million. This demonstrates the symbiosis between the Workers' Party and those who control the flow of capital in the country, a connective tissue of economic and political power. So this is not good. And you can sort of ask, what was the PT really doing here, right? Like, why are they doing microloans? Why are they taking all of this money? And there's a really, really good pair of articles from a Brazilian group called Militants in the Fog that was published at Ill Will called Work and Revolt in Brazil's Dead Ends, and I'm going to read from some of it. A bank account, a smartphone with access to the internet, and a profile in an app. The means to collect emergency aid, which is emergency aid is part of this is talking about Bolsonaro stuff. So Bolsonaro implements this policy called emergency aid, which is like it's kind of the equivalent of like the US's like the stimulus checks that we got, but slightly different. But the means required to collect emergency aid are the same required to create an account for Uber, a sign that we are facing fundamental parts of this, quote, new way of working. Years ago, it was already possible to identify the Bolsa Familia program, which is that giant PT, like Workers' Party cash transfer program that we talked about last episode, whose dimensions were small in the face of the 2020 financial aid program. The objective of forming a unified workplace more deeply subjugated to capitalist relations. The, quote, bankification promoted by the program contributed to expanding the reach of microcredit systems, a process of financialization of informality, which was deepened in recent years with the dissemination of increasingly agile and easy payment terminals and electronic payment systems such as Pix, a quicker and tax-free money transfer method. The phenomenon reached unprecedented intensity due to the emergency aid. The state-owned bank Caixia Econômica Federal absorbed 30 million customers in 10 days in what was possibly the fastest bankification process in history, thus reaching a record profit in 2020. Access to credit is essential for the emergence of a precarious workforce to which capital costs and risks are transferred, while interest rates introduce a new level of productivity to the old... Okay, this is a Portuguese word that, oh boy. Via caro, which is like getting by, which is this sort of like... It's a sort of slang term for kind of like doing stuff in the informal economy to like survive. Yeah, which is now directly connected to global financial markets. Thus, the focus of these income policies would be less on expanding consumption capacity for the beneficiaries, as in the Keynesian distributive model, and more on expanding their investment capacity, financing the acquisition of work instruments and, quote, self-valuing their human capital. Enthusiasts of such programs claim that the financial cushion provided by basic income can represent enough stability for people to be able to spend their own savings or other capital starting a business. So, okay, what's happening here, and Militants of Fog is arguing this after the work of a Brazilian academic named Ludmila Abilio, is, okay, what's happening here is the real subsumption of the formal economy, which, okay, so like what does that mean? We need to take a step back and do like a little bit more Marx. So Marx makes this distinction between what he calls formal and real subsumption. Subsumption is this like whole philosophy thing I'm not going to get into here, but basically what he's talking about is stuff getting like subsumed by capitalism, right? Like becoming a part of the sort of capitalist like process and system. And this comes in stages, right? The first is formal subsumption, where, okay, so say you have a peasant, right? Formal subsumption is where the peasant like enters the market for the first time and suddenly instead of being a peasant is now like a wage worker, right? And, you know, in this phase, right, capitalism has entered a new sphere, right? Someone who was a peasant, who was like not doing capital stuff before, right, who was going for self-production and had like feudal dues and obligations, is now a wage worker. But, you know, and then they're selling the goods to the market, but the actual process of production, which is like, okay, so like how a peasant does, like how your former peasant, new agricultural worker, like grows their crops and what crops they grow and like when they decide to work. In this first stage, this is still the peasant's choice. That ends with real subsumption, where all control over the workplace that like workers had is completely destroyed, and you're just, you know, okay, this is what like we think of as a regular job, right? We're like, okay, the way the job works is your boss tells you what to do. Your entire labor process has been like fully integrated into the sort of like broader capitalist production processes that you have no control over. And this is what's been happening in the informal economy over the past few decades in Brazil. It's real subsumption, right? Like, and you know, what like it stuff that had formerly been, you know, like people taking wage labor, but the sort of structure of how people do the jobs that they're doing, right, was still up to them. This has been ending, and the way it's been ending is through basically the degree of control offered to employers by apps like Uber, the control that these apps give you over the informal economy, and the results have been absolutely catastrophic. On the one hand, the sort of limited autonomy that the formal economy, like that the informal economy used to give you, has been crushed by sort of algorithmic control from gig economy apps that, you know, like track where you are and tell you where you need to go and how fast you have to get there and like what lights you have to run in order to get there. And also, increasingly, these gig workers are being squeezed by a new level of middle management who work basically the same way as like the old gang bosses that controlled Chinese labor in the turn of the 20th century, where you have these guys who act as like private recruiting companies and foremen for workers who, okay, so you go to this place, right? These people are like, okay, I will give you a job, and they negotiate. They're the people who negotiate directly with the company and take money from the company and then use that money to sort of like pay the employer. And this sucks, right? Because on the one hand, you have all of the bad parts of a regular job, which there's a guy who tells you what to do, and if you don't do what he tells you, like, you get fired. And then you have all the bad parts of an informal sector job, which is that you don't have any of the legal protections that like workers with formal contracts have. And, you know, the effect of this has been to create super hell for like vast swaths of the Brazilian working class. And this has been a just unbelievably catastrophic sort of disaster for Brazilian politics. But okay, you know what else is creating super hell for the Brazilian working class?
I mean, not the products and services that support this podcast.
Yeah, no, those ones just do it for the American working class.
Now, yeah, okay. Here's fucking ads. Oh, we're back! Wow, I for one think everything's gonna be fine. The fact that Lula won this resounding victory over Jair Bolsonaro by nearly a whole percentage point is going to mean none of these problems that you're talking about are ever things again.
Yep. Nope. And, you know, okay, so speaking of reasons why this will not be a problem again, the sort of like financialization bullshit, this doesn't just like stick in sort of labor process. Like this stuff spreads to the social movements as well, which are in a lot of cases like very old and powerful Brazilian social movements are reduced to these sort of like state-backed financialized husks of their former selves, where like, you know, you have social movements that are literally like issuing bonds to like fund their members' businesses. You have social movements that are like, okay, if you show up to assemblies, you can like earn points so that you can get access to like be put on a waiting list for like a government rent stabilized apartment or something. Like it is a shit show. And this whole process sort of leads to the hollowing out of the Brazilian left. And, you know, and as the left is sort of like being sort of like torn apart from the inside out, and as you get into sort of like 2011, 2012, 2013, as the Brazilian economy begins to slow, you get Brazil's version of the sort of like movement of the squares, like 2011, 2013 uprisings, which is going to be waged against a hostile, a pretty hostile PT government. Like there's a sort of public show by Dilma Rousseff. They're like, yeah, no, I support the protests when they're not violent, and we're gonna do stuff. But okay, this goes badly very quickly. So these protests start over these like raises in public in the cost of public transportation, like the fare cost raises in a bunch of cities, and very quickly there are like 3 million people in the street. The sort of conventional narrative about what happened here is that, so the protests start off leftist, right? But then the leftists get run out as the protests sort of keep going by these sort of like faux apolitical, like conservative nationalists that like take them over and turn them from this sort of like leftist call for like a more egalitarian society and for like the right to the city and like stopping evictions and stuff like that to this sort of like anti-corruption crusade against the PT, against Dilma Rousseff, and against sort of like the left itself. And okay, this is true, like as far as it goes. We'll be talking more about the impeachment campaign like next episode. But there's more going on here. And the more going on here is that in 2013, there were massive protests, like 800,000 people protest the Confederation Cup, which is like the soccer tournament hosted by that's preceded, like is one of the things that like precedes the World Cup. I don't know. I'm not a soccer knower, but yeah, and there's these massive protests against them, and they are just unbelievably brutally suppressed. Like 54,000 cops are sent out to like stop this shit, and they beat the absolute shit out of everyone. And to understand why these movements were crushed and how the right was able to take power, we need to talk about the Brazilian police. So I think, you know, most of our listeners, you two, me, like we are familiar with the American police, right? Like, if you're listening to the show, odds are decently good you have seen them beat your friends to a bloody pulp. You have seen them tase the parents of children locked in a building with a mass shooter. You have seen them slaughter men, women, and children in the street for no other reason than they can, because they are a fascist death squad fused with organized crime outfits, funded by putting guns to the heads of the American working class. They are descendants of slave catchers working each and every day to keep the American racial hierarchy firmly intact.
When you put it that way, it sounds bad, but I don't know. Like, I like Law and Order. So, like the TV show.
Yeah,
Really?
you know, they have
Garrison.
good propaganda.
You've never watched Law and Order SVU?
God, no.
Garrison. You're missing out on all of the good Law and Order.
Is that the one with the goth chick in it?
I honestly don't know. There's like 40 different Law and Order shows. It's impossible to keep track of them. But there is that one goth chick that they brought in because our grandparents would think she was hot.
Yeah, I think I'm
The power of goth chicks to extend police budgets.
Yeah, it's fun and good. And okay, you know, like we know how bad the US police are. I'm going to read this from the LA Times, quote, Brazilian cops kill at 9 times the rate of US law enforcement. 9 times.
Well, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out here that Brazil was the last country in this hemisphere to abolish slavery. Like, they abolished it like 20 years after the fucking US did, right? And so, you know, when you're thinking about what the Brazilian police is, take everything you know about the American police and understand that the Brazilian police, right? Okay, so with the American police, right, the murder dial goes up to 11. With the Brazilian police, that murder dial goes up to 99, and that's where they've cranked it to. Here's some crime think. In 2014, Brazil's prison population became the 3rd largest in the world, with 570,000 prisoners. There's like 600-something thousand prisoners today, most of whom are black. During the PT administration, this figure increased by 620%.
Cool.
Yeah, this is a part of the PT that people really sort of tiptoe around, which is that they preside over like a regime of mass executions and mass incarceration that is like utterly atrocious. And as an aside here, okay, so like there are probably some of our listeners whose thing is that they want to go into electoral politics. And if you are doing this, you have one job. Like, solely, you have one responsibility, and your job is to fucking annihilate the police. Your job is to destroy them so utterly and completely that their very name is spat as a curse in the street by people who make the sign of cross for protection every time they think about them. Like, by the end of your first term, these people need to be living in fucking hovels in the woods without access to a weapon that even as deadly as a 2x4, and every time they attempt to enter a town, people need to be, like, chasing them and throwing rocks at them. And if you do not do this, you will live like Lula has to see literally everything you have ever done crumble beneath the weight of a fascism that is too terrible to imagine, and you will also experience in your lifetime. And instead of doing this, the PT is like, fuck it, no, we're going to use the police to stamp out protest against the mega events that they're putting on. The police repression around the World Cup is like arguably worse than the stuff for the Confederation Cup. In order to prepare for the World Cup, the PT stage is this like massive social cleansing campaign. We talked about this a bit in our sports episode. Like they carry out mass evictions against both like regular people and also against like there's a bunch of sort of leftists and also sort of just like regular people who squat in Brazil, right? Like a huge part of the social movements have been about sort of seizing property and building stuff on it, seizing abandoned buildings. And yeah, this stuff all gets evicted so they can be replaced with World Cup businesses. It's, you know, like what is happening here is it's like all of the violence of gentrification, but in the span of like a year. Right. The PT are literally rolling German tanks through the favelas because, like, you know, subtlety is something that happens to other people, not like to reality. And, you know, as we talked about before, they're putting them under literally military occupation with colonial troops who were like fighting in Haiti. Right. Evict 250,000 people for this fucking tournament. Here's some other shit they did. This is from a series of pieces by a Brazilian anarchist group called Fictional Faction. In 2012, the federal government and FIFA signed the General Law of the World Cup to ensure that the country would, quote, uphold FIFA standards of organization during the 2013 Confederation Cup and the 2014 World Cup. This agreement constituted an enormous legal offense to the Brazilian people, entailing the suspension of many constitutional rights and norms that were already precarious for most. For example, a court established to rule within 48 hours on strikes that occurred within the World Cup. Workers lost the right to strike or fight for improvements, while FIFA avoided paying taxes on businesses within Brazilian territory. A special secretariat of public security for great events was created, breaking the laws stipulating that justice may not have special sponsors or clients who demand priority. The privatization of public space was legitimized by the creation of, quote, exclusive streets for FIFA and its partners, in which even local businesses were required to keep their doors closed within the exclusion zone around the stadium. The laws allowed FIFA to intervene directly in the market without the oversight of the state. FIFA was able to stipulate the price to charge for tickets, suspending the usual half price for students and any application of consumer protection code. In addition, more than 20,000 people were allowed to work as unregulated volunteers during the World Cup. These volunteers did not receive the protections of basic labor rights and operated outside of constitutional norms in situations analogous to slavery. According to Brazilian law, these exceptions to labor and safety law are supposed to be limited to volunteer work for nonprofit institutions that have a, quote, civic, cultural, education, recreational, or social assistance purposes, which hardly describe FIFA. The state even overlooked the use of child labor in activities related to the game, such as the role of ball boy, which had been banned in Brazil since 2004. So this goes great. And the thing, so this happens in 2014 under Dilma Rousseff, but it's worth noting, like, this is Lula's project from the beginning, right? Like, he has been fighting to get Brazil the World Cup, like, since like the opening for applications to get this World Cup in Brazil to happen. And what, this campaign to get the World Cup takes the form of a literally all-out war against leftist protesters, squatters, workers, people living in favelas, people who are literally all of those at the same time, who are, supposed to be the PT's base. And this is what the PT spends literally the rest of its time in power doing, right? Like, Dilma Rousseff implements a bunch of austerity measures. Like, the expanding police powers, like, this is the shit that the PT is doing, like, literally as the Grim Reaper is coming to their door. Like, 2 months before Dilma Rousseff is impeached, she passed a pair of anti-terrorism laws targeted at protesters. And okay, we'll go into the impeachment next episode, but I want to close on this, which is preventing this from happening, right? Preventing the party of workers from fucking rolling tanks through the streets in fucking working class neighborhoods. Like, this is the actual sort of meeting of this is the actual sort of principal politics of anti-capitalism. Like, this is why there is a sort of rigid anarchist opposition to the state, right? This isn't just ideological purity. It is the concrete knowledge that any other path is death, because we literally cannot continue to do, as the PT has been doing for the past fucking 20 years, to produce our own gravediggers. Literally, the ecosystems we draw our life from will not survive if we keep doing this. It does not matter how many people you lift out of poverty. If you do not actually destroy the class system, capitalism and fascism will force them back into poverty. Almost all of the poverty gains that Lula gained during his entire time in office were destroyed in 4 years of Bolsonaro. Every day that the state is allowed to exist, every day the class system is allowed to exist, it creates 1,000 more Bolsonaros. It creates 1,000 Bolsonaros in the police. It creates them in the armies. It creates them in corporations. It creates them on the street. And they have to be destroyed or this world will fucking burn. And in the next episode, we are going to watch 1,000 Bolsonaros burn the entire country. And that is my incredibly angry response to this absolute fucking bullshit that is the reason, like, are a lot of the reasons why everything is completely fucked.
Cool. Well, everybody, have a happy start of November, and hopefully Brazil isn't in a state of civil war by the time you listen to this episode.
Yeah, I update at the end of the episode. I don't think there's been any change.
And remember, folks, if you somehow take control of the political apparatus in Brazil, dismantle the police and the military. That should be a lesson for you. I know a lot of you are on the verge of taking power in Brazil, so hopefully that message will get out.
Yeah, and I mean, in general, don't fund them. Like, don't give them more money. Don't spend a bunch of money buying them German tanks. Like,
well, okay, like, why are we focusing on German tanks? They make fine tanks.
Okay, but hear me out here. Can you name a single good thing a German tank has ever been used for?
Yeah.
Defeating the commies, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they some communists probably. I don't know.
Anyway,
they killed a lot of Englishmen. Anyway, and Canadians.
You've never been one to settle. Stand down or stand still. You're a lifelong learner, energized by excellence. There's a fire inside you you can't ignore. You've got competition to outrun, momentum to build on, and your own high standards to meet. Stop now? Not a chance. At Capella University, we help you catch what you're chasing because you've always had the drive. Now, go earn the degree. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
So, do you want to start shopping for your next car, but don't know where to begin? Start at CarMax, where you can shop your way from start to finish. Whether you're shopping for something practical, adventurous, or luxurious, CarMax puts you in the driver's seat. And if you want to shop cars that fit your budget, CarMax has your back all the way. Simply grab your phone and get pre-qualified from your couch, the dog park, or even on a coffee break. It's quick, easy, and has zero impact on your credit score. Want to explore your options? CarMax has plenty of options. In fact, with over 45,000 cars to choose from, CarMax has rides for almost every budget, including more than 25,000 cars priced under $25,000. From browsing online to checking out cars on the lot, you can shop your way at CarMax. Want to get started on the search for your next car? Start at CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabay. Anabay is the only designer sofa that's machine washable inside and out, starting at just $699. Plus, Anabay sofas are pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and feature changeable slipcovers and modular pieces. Get up to 60% off site-wide with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Visit washablesofas.com to get yours now. That's washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
It could happen here. It could happen here. It's the podcast that's happening right now. It's about things that you know about. It's our third and final episode about the Brazilian elections. It's me, Chris. I'm here with James Stout. Hello.
Hi, Chris.
So we have an update on this situation, which is that Jair Bolsonaro, okay, he still I don't think has publicly announced defeat, but he apparently told the Supreme Court, quote, "It's over." So he seems to have committed defeat, which has not stopped a bunch of his followers from calling for a military coup.
Yeah, and from these people that still seem to be blocking roads, right?
Yeah, it's happening. I don't know. It's sort of unclear to me to what extent his followers are going to back down. I don't think there's really much chance of a military coup at this point. Like, they seem to have just lost. I read something earlier about Bolsonaro making plans to, like, so there's a sash thing you're supposed to hand over to the next president, and he was making plans to not be in the country when Lula took office and was going to have his vice president hand it over instead, which is like, this is like the most whiny baby shit I've ever seen, which is just like, oh god, what a loser. Holy fuck.
Like, first as tragedy, and then as farce, and then as farce again, and continually as farce. Like, that's how the right operates, right?
Yeah, I actually almost had that. Like, I actually almost started the Lula episode with that quote, and then I was like, well, his return. I was like, that's too mean to say about Lula. Like, his return hasn't been farce yet. Like, yeah, but Bolsonaro is, oh boy.
Yeah, he's going to go and spend more time with the novel coronavirus. That's why he's withdrawing from politics.
You know, I heard there's a great line in one of the things I was talking about, that Militants in the Fog piece from Illwell yesterday, where they talked about, like, I forget their exact quote. It was something like, it's not just that Bolsonaro failed to respond to coronavirus, it's that he was a vector for coronavirus. And I was like, yeah. This is both literally and metaphorically true. Like, several of the outbreaks are just from Bolsonaro.
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, real piece of shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So today we're gonna be talking about the very specific. So we spent last episode talking about sort of like the enormous army of gravediggers that the PT had sort of built around them, and this episode is going to be about, like, how their grave was actually sort of built and then filled in. So I talked about in episode 1, there was in 2005, I think I might have actually accidentally said 2006 in the original episode, but it's 2005, there's just a giant corruption scandal involving the Workers' Party that, like, shakes all of Brazil. Basically, the short version of it is that a bunch of senior members of the PT were accused of bribing members of the Centro, who is, like, Brazil's sort of, like, perennial elite corruption faction, to, like, buy their votes to get bills passed. Which, honestly, like, I'm okay with this. Like, we're going to talk about some corruption later that, like, does suck. This, I think, is fine. Like, I am okay. Like, I'm going to put this on the record. Me, Christopher Wong, I am okay with literally just buying the votes of, like, weird, corrupt right-wingers to get them to vote for legislation that's actually good. Like, whatever. I don't care about this. Like, this is bullshit. Like, who cares? But that said, okay. So this entire episode, like, well, okay, the first, like, 3/4 episode, this episode's, like, a lot about corruption. And before we go any further, like, we need to talk about, like, what corruption actually is and about the politics of it. So, okay, I want to say this as someone who lives in, okay, so I think most of our listeners understand that Chicago is notoriously corrupt. I didn't grow up in Chicago. I grew up in Chicago's even more corrupt suburbs. Like, I literally watched a mayor physically sell City Hall to the highest bidder. Like, he actually literally physically sold City Hall. Like, this is the kind of shit you get out in the suburbs. Like, it is fucking mind-boggling, right? Like, that wasn't my town, but, like, I have seen some shit, right? And okay, the thing I can say about government corruption is that there are two kinds of people in the world. There are people like Chicagoans who understand that every single politician, no matter, like, every single politician whatsoever is going to rob you blind because they're all corrupt. And, you know, there's a sort of, like, a more analytical corollary to this, which is that, like, Corruption is just a structural tendency of the state, right? It's a product of state officials, like, having access to the state's enormous supply of resources. It's a product of the kind of structural incentives that, like, being in a state produces, and it's a product of the fact that the state, you know, acquires resources through violence. And, you know, okay, so there's people who understand this on various levels, right? Like, I mean, this is genuinely the nice thing about Chicago. It's like everyone gets it. Like, you don't have to convince people. And then there's a bunch of people, like the other category of people are people who genuinely think that, like, politics is about people debating political principles, and that, like, if we just make slightly better arguments and, like, have slightly better land use policies, the politicians who literally spend all day taking bribes from developers will, like, somehow end homelessness or something, or that, like, somehow, like corruption doesn't matter, political principles. Like, no, they're all doing this to you. Like, you guys, you gotta understand this.
It's very funny, and it's like we don't get enough credit for our corruption in San Diego. I feel like, right? Enron by the Sea, as San Diego is known. But it's very funny to see people being like, "Oh, there can't be corruption because identity politics this, or because not Donald Trump." Rather than, like, this is the nature of the state, especially the state under capitalism, especially the state under capitalism in the United States, is that, like, you don't get fuck all unless you pay for it.
Yeah, although okay, I will say this. Corruption as a policy of the state is essentially trans-ideological. Like, the red is communist, the brown is fascist, and the most bleeding heart red, white, and blue capitalists all take bribes. They all give contracts to their family, and they all steal money from the government. Like, you can tell this by the fact that the U.S. is literal. Like, the U.S. just made it legal to give. Like, they made it legal for a corporation to give money to a candidate in order to have them vote a certain way. This is legal. Nazi Germany, corrupt as shit. The USSR, famously insanely corrupt. Like, this is not actually a product of ideology. It's just a sort of structural, like, tendency of the state. And it doesn't matter. Like, the military dictatorships are corrupt. Like, the parliamentary democracies are corrupt. Like, this is just like how the state works, right? And so political corruption genuinely isn't that interesting, right? Like, the actual politics of it, like, it's not that interesting. Like, it's just like, people are just corrupt, right? What is interesting is anti-corruption politics, and we need to get this out of the way immediately. It is simultaneously true that, like, almost no one openly supports corruption. Like, it's like almost impossible to find anyone who will come out on the record and say they're pro-corruption. Like, you can't do it, right? And it's also true that, like, every single one of these people across the entire political spectrum is corrupt. And no politician is actually anti-corruption. This is something that's very, very important to understand. None of these people are fucking anti-corruption. This is one of the lessons of Chicago, which is that all of the sort of anti-corruption crusaders are, like, just as corrupt as the people they're replacing. Yeah.
Well, this is part of the way, like, I don't want to go, like, extreme Marcuse, but, like, this idea, this false choice, right? The corruption in itself creates a means for another person who is equally corrupt to enter simply by claiming to be anti-corrupt, right? Like, and then we can just kind of continually one-up each other and claiming to be different and doing the same shit, and people will embrace this fucking false choice.
Yeah, and we're going to see this in this story later on. I will give you a preview of where this is going. So Sergio Moro, who is this judge who's like Brazil's, like, great anti-corruption crusader, turns out to have been funding his quote-unquote anti-corruption investigations by illegally selling information to the FBI and then getting paid in fine money collected by the U.S. from successful corruption prosecutions. He also is going to, like, very blatantly and pretty openly take a job as the as Brazil's justice minister in exchange for putting Bolsonaro's political opponents in prison.
Magnificent. Okay.
Yeah, and so okay, what's the thing that's important about this, right? Is that anti-corruption is not a real politics, right? Like, it's not an actual real set of political positions, right? What it is a set of politics you con rubes with. But it turns out it's really, really good at conning rubes because people really fucking hate corruption. And the thing that being, like, an anti-corruption quote unquote candidate does is it lets anyone, like, appear to be this sort of, like, populist champion of the people against the corrupt elite. And this is really useful to the right and to sort of, I mean, not just to the right, but it's really useful to sort of, like, bourgeois, like, capitalist politicians in general, because there are a lot of times where, in order to sort of protect their interests, or protect the interests of, like, their specific faction of the ruling class, they need to win an election, and they need to win the sort of hearts and minds of the people who see that the world sucks and, like, reflexively hate, quote unquote, the establishment because they know they're getting screwed. And the easiest way to sort of con these people is to take up the politics of anti-corruption. It's like the absolute picture perfect neoliberal politics, right? Like, Rudy Giuliani, for example, got his start going after the mob in New York. And, you know, and what he did, right, really, so he goes after the mob, he's his anti-corruption guy, and then he replaces them with, like, even more efficient and extractive neoliberal bureaucratic parasites.
Yeah. And it's perfect, like, in terms of neoliberalism, right, in terms of completely avoiding a class analysis, because you can appeal to people who are genuinely oppressed and marginalized by the system, right, by saying, I'll go against this corrupt system, which is oppressing and marginalizing you, but also to the bourgeoisie, because you can say, oh, the reason your fucking business is not as successful as the other one is corruption, so just vote for me and we'll sort that out, and you can continue exploiting the workers who I'm also appealing to.
Yeah. And you know, like, Giuliani specifically, like, his name is just literally a punchline now, right? Like, it's not even worth talking about him fucking, like, chomping on a cigar doing an ad for a cigar company in the middle of the video, right? Like but you know,
isn't he selling flip-flops now? Isn't that his latest thing?
Something like that. But that's the thing, like, the anti-corruption stuff was really, really good for his career. And, you know, this is the politics. Anti-corruption is the politics that the Brazilian right finally figures out as, like, the only thing that can stop the Workers' Party juggernaut. Now, like, in 2005, the corruption case brings down a whole bunch of sort of, like, high-profile PT party members. But it doesn't touch Lula himself, who is, like, he gets this rep, like, basically similar to Reagan, as just, like, the Teflon president where everything just bounces off of him. But, you know, the right in 2005 really thinks that they've got him. And they're like, okay, we're going to crush him this next election. Everything's going to go back to normal. And then, you know, and it is true that from 2000, compared to 2002, Lula does have less support in 2006. He goes from 61% of the vote to a whopping 60% of the vote. So, okay, so this didn't work, right? But the right still sees that, like, this is the only thing they've been able to come up with that, like, actually damages the PT at all. And in 2014, a judge named Sergio Moro, who again, we have given you the spoiler. This is one of the most corrupt dudes in, like, the history of Brazilian politics. But he finds, like, a different corruption ring to go after that he's not a part of. And I think it's important to understand sort of from the outset of this, right, that, like, this anti-corruption stuff is essentially, like, a newer faction, or, like, a slightly different faction of the Brazilian ruling class going after another faction of the Brazilian ruling class. So he starts this thing that becomes known as Lava Jato, or Operation Car Wash. And what Moro is going after is this legitimately, genuinely enormous corruption ring surrounding Petrobras, which is Brazil's state-owned oil company. And the investigation leads to the arrests of an enormous number of government officials. Like, there's some of the, like, richest people in Brazil go to jail. Like, and it is true that, like there is an enormous amount of corruption. Like, there are billions and billions of dollars that are being sort of stolen from this oil company, right? Through sort of, like, contracts and, like, payoffs and stuff. But we also get to some real, like, lepers eating people's faces party shit here as well, where, okay, so in 2013, Dilma Rousseff signs a law that massively expands police powers that includes, in particular, allowing them with no strings attached to offer plea bargains to people to get them to confess to stuff.
Amazing.
And, like, give the cops information they want to hear, which is, like, genuinely really unethical because, I mean, for a lot of reasons, right? Like, the whole plea bargaining system is, like, one of the reasons the whole U.S. justice system is completely fucked up, because everyone just fucking pleads out instead of going to trial because they know they're like, everyone is pretty sure they're going to lose. And so people, you know, people will just plead to shit that they didn't do because they have no chance of winning the case. It's completely fucked up. And Dilma Rousseff's like, nah, yeah, fuck it. Like, we're going to sign this. Like, you know. And I get that, like, she was responding to, like, the protests, and I get that she thought it would mostly be used against, like, fucking protesters or some shit, but, like, who did you think this was going to be used against?
Wait,
why? Like, come on. Like, seriously?
Like, this is good lepers eating their own face shit. Like,
it's like, it is simultaneously true that there was, like, an incredibly coordinated, sophisticated, like a joint American Brazilian, like, intelligence and, like, justice state operation to bring down the PT. It's also true that the PT, like the reason they were able to be kneecapped so easily is that, like, they'd spent the last, like, 6 years, like, firing rounds over and over again into their own knees. So, like, okay, these things are both true at the same time. But okay, and so Lava Jato, like, eviscerates an enormous part of a section of the Brazilian ruling class. But it very quickly becomes clear that it's being used as a political weapon against Dilma Rousseff and the PT, despite the fact that, like, literally every Brazilian party is involved with this. Like, I think the PSOL might be like the only major Brazilian political party who wasn't involved in this, and like that's because I don't think they had anyone who was senior enough to do it. So, like, you know, but you know, everyone instead like just is using this to go is like very clearly using this to go after the PT. The problem is that like, and this is going to be a perennial problem with these investigations, is that they can't actually directly nail Dilma Rousseff or Lula with doing anything. That they have real problems with this. You know, Dilma wins re-election in 2014, but 2015 there are these as Lava Jato is like going, and there's this enormous fucking press fury around it. There are these massive sort of anti-corruption protests demanding that like she resign. That's ripped up by like again, like the right-wing media goes just completely batshit in this period. And, you know, okay, so, again, Moro's running into this problem that he can't find anything that Dilma Rousseff did that was illegal. So he starts relying on political theater instead. He stages this like enormous series of raids on like Lula's house, his nonprofit, like he's like his brother's business, and you know, with the entire press corps like there, right, like with all like stage for all these raids, they drag him off to like jail for questioning. But again, like they don't really have anything. They kind of like invent this case about Lula based on some convoluted shit about a property that he didn't own. It's like, I know the thing here basically is that like, as with all corruption scandals, right, this is a fight between parts of the ruling class, right? Like the actual details of who's taking money from who are essentially irrelevant, because that's not what actually matters, right? What matters here is that like these sort of right-wing prosecutors have decided they're going to destroy the PT. And, you know, the PT has helped them do it at every step.
It's not just the prosecutors, right? There's like there's this like press plus prosecutors that creates
plus a bunch of political parties too.
It's so, not to like draw a comparison where it's not necessarily entirely valid, but like look at the United Kingdom, right? We have Boris Johnson like monumentally fucking up the COVID response. Tons of people die, and it's not that brings him down. It's that he had a suitcase of wine in a karaoke party, like because at some point. But it's the appearance, right? It's this political theater of accountability, like, but you're not actually accountable to the people who you let down or the people who you lied to. You're accountable to like 17 media editors.
Yeah, to Rupert Murdoch, right? And Brazil has its own versions of Murdoch who are like,
yeah, I can only imagine.
Like people to who, if I said my actual opinions on them, like the FCC would specifically start regulating podcasts because, like, oh boy, all of these people should redacted, parody, etc., etc.
Yeah, we'll just have like a 5-minute bleep here while Chris goes off.
So, okay. But again, so, okay, they have this problem again, which is they can't really get Dilma Rousseff on anything. And so what happens instead is that the Brazilian Senate is sort of like scrambling for something they can use. And what they eventually impeach Dilma Rousseff for is this like accounting procedure thing, basically, that like everyone does. And when I say everyone does, like almost every previous president, like every single what's it called? Like every single like why am I blanking on it? Governor, is that the right word? Yeah, like the people who are like the heads of states. Yeah, I think like all the governors do this. Like fucking literally everyone in Brazilian politics does this, including some of the people who are signing like the fucking impeachment thing. But they remove her from this, and okay, so like a part of the sort of like decrepit and despised neoliberal right takes power. But the notable thing here is that Dilma Rousseff is impeached by her own allies, right? She is impeached, like Michael Temer, the guy who replaces Rousseff, like winds up as president because Dilma Rousseff made him her VP. Like it's just like, you know, and this is dating back to like this is like really old sort of PT political maneuvering stuff, dating back to like Lula finally winning out over the sort of PT base in 2002, right, where he's able to convince them to like have a sort of like conservative guy like be his running mate. Yeah. And here this is where this finally goes to shit, because the PT is making alliances with sort of like center-right parties and all these corruption parties, and it's like, okay, you allied yourself. Like I understand the reason they were doing this was that the sort of centro, which is like the sort of corruption parties, have enough votes that you kind of have to work with them. But also, like, what did you expect was going to happen? Like, did you really not expect that the leopards were going to eat your face? Yeah. Like, it's, you know, like, it's really like, okay, like, you let a mosquito into your house and you are now like fucking Pikachu facing because the mosquito bit you. It's like, really? Like, you know, and this all comes back to sort of like the things I've been talking about in the last 2 episodes about like the inherent contradiction of being a leftist and having to keep the state and having to run a state. We have to keep the economy going, right? Which again, it means that you have to make sure that capitalists get money. And Lula could just pay these people off, like literally or figuratively, because he was benefiting from the commodity boom, right? But then when the Chinese economy goes under and suddenly the money dries up because the commodity boom's over and the Brazilian economy starts to collapse, like, you know, there's nothing to pay off the bourgeoisie with.
Sure.
And, you know, and Dilma Rousseff's like, she's trying to pay them off, but, you know, in order to fund it, now she's doing austerity. Okay. And that's sapping her base because, you know, okay, you have to choose one or the other, but she's also not able to pay off enough of the bourgeoisie to stop this from coming. And so they off her. And, you know, okay, so the PT supporters will describe what happened, like that this impeachment is a coup, which is like true, like as far as it goes. Like it is true that like a bunch of absolute like psychopaths like just like overthrew the democratically elected president for bullshit. I actually think it's less of a coup than the next thing we're gonna get to. But yeah, so okay, so the product of this is that Michael Temer, who is like just a unfathomable neoliberal ghoul, like I really like, oh god, like really one of the worst people ever. Who again, Rousseff picked as her VP, becomes president in 2016, spends the next 2 years like,
oh wow.
Also,
if Draco Malfoy grew up, this is what he would look like.
Yeah, no, it's really incredible. Yeah, you do owe it to yourself to go look up this guy.
Yeah, this man is very streamlined, but otherwise, it's remarkable.
He just looks like he's one of those people who just looks like exactly who he is.
yeah. I cannot believe this guy succeeded in politics when he looks like an evil snake.
Yeah, I think he also got arrested for being even more like, okay, so like there is corruption going on in the PT. Temer is the corruption party, right? Like he actually goes down eventually in level because he is like unfathomably corrupt. Like he goes down for like, he took like,
it was a bribe from a meat packer, right? Or like a...
Yeah, that was one of them. He funneled like $180 million into like his political, like into like his friends and his like unfathomable. Like, okay, like, and this stuff genuinely sucks, right? Like it actually does suck that literally hundreds of millions of dollars are being just like fucking stolen by these ghouls, right?
Yeah, especially in a country where like people genuinely struggle to get by every single day.
Yeah,
right?
and I think it's worth mentioning like the level of poverty that we're talking about here is like again, like people who don't have running water, people who live in deserts and like don't have water at all. Like it is really, really bad. And then, you know, you are watching just this bullshit happening, right? Like this fucking like guy who just this is like absolute fucking demon just stealing $150 million, right?
Yeah, it's just like rich people playing Monopoly with like, your fucking future and your children's future. And
but you know, but and again, like Temer, nobody fucking voted for this guy, right? Like. Right. And he's just immediately starts implementing like unfathomable, just atrocious austerity. And he has a 7% approval rating. Everyone is calling for him to resign.
Christ.
Yeah, 7%. This is the second lowest. This is the second lowest approval rating I've ever seen for a ruling politician after Kim Jong-pil, who I think got down to 3%. One day I'm going to do
Wow.
an actual Kim Jong Pil episode. But
I feel like
so-
you're within the error margin of any polling once you get into the
Yeah.
single digits.
Yeah.
Like, no one likes you. It's a
like
take-home
literally,
message.
remember, people from his own party want him to resign, right? And he just doesn't. He just stays in power because there's no one can do anything about it.
Yeah.
Because
Well, you always get that, right? When you engage in this politics of corruption, the like sort of palace coups and internecine backstabbing will necessarily happen because like that is how you further your own career and therefore benefit more from the corruption, right? Like again, see the clusterfuck that is the United Kingdom.
Yep. Now, do you know who else doesn't benefit from corruption like the rest of us?
I don't think we can say that with any degree of certainty, Chris. It's Shell. It's Shell.
It's the products and services that support this podcast. Okay, and we're back. Okay, this I think is as good a time as any to mention that, like, okay, so Lava Jato is going on this entire time, right? This thing is going on for years and years and years and years, and it's reiterating that Lava Jato is being illegally backed by the American Justice Department, the SEC, the FBI, probably I think also the CIA. Although weirdly, this is okay, and this is where things get very strange because this, like, from the documents that we've seen, there is some evidence the CIA handed them shit. The thing we have the most evidence for is actually the FBI running this coup.
Weird.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Yeah.
What's happening basically is that, okay, so the way American corruption laws work is that, like, if any money passes through, like, an American bank account, the FBI has the authority to go after them. And the FBI and the Justice Department fucking hate the PT. And they're looking at Petrobras and they're going, like, this is so much fucking money we can get if we go after these people, and also we hate them. And it's also worth noting, okay, so Sergio Moro is, like, he's a Harvard guy, right? He's a Harvard guy. He was trained by, like, a bunch of American police people. Like, he's like one of these sort of, like, he's a NatSec ghoul basically, right? But, like, he's like the law version of a NatSec ghoul. And so the entire, like, and again, it's funny, like, the FBI in theory is not supposed to be, like, the FBI is supposed to be a domestic agency, which does not make them any better, by the way, but, like, they're not supposed to be going after, like, they're not supposed to be trying to overthrow the president of Brazil,
Right.
but, you know, they are, and again, like, they are
taking down the Black Panthers, increasing anti-Semitism,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
your normal standard domestic stuff.
Shooting anarchists, shooting, like, possibly assassinating MLK,
you know,
your normal.
that's
your
what we
normal
expect
stuff.
from them.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be doing the foreign coups. That's the CIA's job, but they're muscling into the CIA's territory here. It's worth mentioning as well that, like, the Obama administration is heavily involved in this, right?
Shocking.
And, you know, it turns out that by the time you get to 2016, the Trump administration, 2017, Trump's administration's in power. They love this shit because it's Trump. It's like, wow, damn, who could have guessed?
Yeah, that is wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is going to come out, it's going to come out later this is the second time that Glenn Greenwald is just handed, like, one of the biggest news stories of the decade, like, literally dropped on his lap, and he gets to, like, write about it. Is that, it comes out that, like, this stuff is being politically, like, very obviously politically motivated. Like, Sergio Moro's, like, is openly cutting deals with Bolsonaro to do political persecutions. There's again the stuff about how he's being paid by, he's literally getting, like, the task force is being funded by the FBI through these slush funds of fine money collected from Petrobras. Like, it's unbelievably shady shit. Now, the entire time this is going on, Sergio Moro has been, like, illegally wiretapping Lula's conversations and leaking them to the press to, like, destroy Lula and Dilma Rousseff politically. It's, and, you know, and like Operation Car Wash, like, prosecutors are just, like, going on TV and telling the entire Brazilian public, like, no, Lula's guilty, there's no doubt about it. And then in 2017, Moro has Lula convicted. Now, Lula appeals this on the grounds that, like, this is incredibly obviously a show trial. Like, but by the, because there's a lot of, you will read a lot of, like, the sort of liberal press in the US, like, fucking loves this shit in, like, 2014, 2015, 2016, some way 2017. But, like, by 2017, even the sort of American liberal press is like, hey, you're running these trials too fast. Like, these don't look like real trials anymore. Like he's just like there's like it really is like they stop having even the pretense of this not being show trials. So they're just like convicting people, and like in the Lula case, there's some interesting stuff, which is that like okay, Moro doesn't have the legal jurisdiction to prosecute Lula here. Like the crimes that were supposedly committed aren't committed in a place where Moro has any jurisdiction at all. Like it's another state. And he just does it anyways, because he's just like, fuck it, like, whatever. And
well, the law's more of a vibe when you are also the government.
Yeah, well, and again, like this is the thing, like people get really, really, really hung up about legal technicalities, and that shit. And as we're about to see in this case, right? Like that shit does not matter, right? This is entirely about sort of power brokering and sort of like where the Brazilian elite is in a particular time, who's backing what. Lula puts in a petition. He puts in a writ of habeas corpus that's like, hey, there's stuff in the Constitution that's like, I shouldn't be put in prison until my appeals are done. And this goes to the Supreme Court. At which point, a fucking Brazilian general, who apparently this apparently was planned by 15 other generals, who a guy named Eduardo Villas Boas like literally starts threatening the Supreme Court on Twitter. And like he starts implying, and this tweet is read on Globo, which is like the fucking biggest news network in Brazil. They like read out this tweet, like the subtext of which is, if you don't put Lula in jail, we are going to do a coup. So they drag Lula off to prison and they put him in solitary for 580 days, which is like Yeah, they are torturing the shit out of him.
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They also
just living out their like fucking like previous generation of coups against Latin American, like chopping Victor Jara's hands off fantasies.
Yeah, and like this, I would say this, like Lula was arrested by the military dictatorship in the 80s, right? But even the military dictatorship only held him for 30 days. And then let him go.
Yeah, they got nothing on the neoliberals.
Yeah, and they're trying to put him in prison for I think like it's originally 7 years, and then it's extended to 12 years. And there's this whole thing, but like he's also like not allowed to speak to the press during this time. And the reason this is happening is that if you're in prison, you can't run for president. And in 2018, if Lula is allowed to run for president, even with all the press shit, he is going to fucking stomp literally anyone in the field.
Yeah.
And yeah, so this is going on. But before we talk about the election a little bit and then sort of wind down, there's one more thing I want to talk about, which is that 4 days before Lula is arrested, Marielle Franco, who is a incredibly radical city councilor in Rio de Janeiro, is assassinated by a death squad. There's a lot of coverage of like who she was, sort of like there's a lot of coverage of her story about how she's a black lesbian woman who like was from an incredibly poor family in the favelas, and how she sort of like worked her way out to be a politician. But like they don't talk about, people will sort of obliquely mention her human rights work, or they'll talk a bit about how she's part of the PSOL, which is this leftist party that like, okay, so I spent some time looking, I'm still kind of hazy about their exact story. I think what happened was there was a group of PT politicians who refused to vote for an austerity package the PT was trying to push through, and they got kicked out of the party for it, and they founded the PSOL. And they'll talk about sort of this stuff. What they won't cover really is what she was actually doing. And I think this is incredibly important, because the thing she was actually doing was a bunch of very radical and unbelievably dangerous anti-police activism. So in 2008, this is again under Lula's PT government, there was a reorientation of police strategy in the favelas towards this new program called Pacifying Police Units, or UPPs. And the idea was that instead of doing constant raids into the favelas and then leaving them, they were just going to put them under like constant police occupation.
Yeah.
And, something like 400,000 people at a time are just living under these occupations. And in the beginning, it's supposed to be tied to there's supposed to be like an expansion of like social services into the favelas, and there's supposed to be like community policing, and that just doesn't happen. And by 2013, they just like give up the pretense of doing any social work, and they found this thing called tactical groups of proximity police, which very quickly turn into just like fucking death squads. But they're both death squads, and they're also doing like stop and frisk shit and just like harassing random black people. They're just murdering people on the streets. On a scale that is like, it's worse than it's been before. Like there are individual police unit. There's an individual police unit that kills 117 people in a year. Like it is fucking horrible, right? And this is what I was talking about the Brazilian police killing at a rate that's 11 times higher than the American police. Like it is fucking atrocious.
Oh yeah, and there are some
Mario,
incredible videos of
like it's fucked.
And they're at war with parts of their own population.
Yeah. And I mean, and I'd say this, like, this is one of those things about fascism, right? Where like fascism, like, always kind of works in this system of alliances between sort of like the police, paramilitaries who are sort of tied to the police, and organized crime. Yeah. And, you know, like there is an extent to which there are a bunch of gangs and the police are fighting them. There's also an extent to which like everyone involved is just shaking down all of these fucking like unbelievably poor, largely black, like working class people who are just getting fucking robbed every day. It's horrible.
Yeah.
And
is that where it might be a bit of a sidebar that we don't like need to fit in here, but in which case we can just delete it. But I know that one of the big Brazilian prison gangs is like ostensibly leftist. They're called Red Command, right?
Yeah. Hold on. I think is it Red? It's
Comandante Vermelho.
Yeah. So they used to be So okay. Red Command used to be like an ML group that was like a sort of like alliance between like regular people in prison and like leftist people who've been put in prison.
Commander Vermelho.
Yeah, and it does a similar thing to like there are parts of the FARC that go like this. There's a thing that happens when you're dealing with sort of armed groups like this, which is that, okay, so like a lot of the things that you do to get money as an armed group are things that are also just a good way to get money. So things like kidnappings, things like entering the drug trade. And there's a lot of groups that start out ideological that just cease to be ideological, and the people are just like, well, we're just in the drug trade now. And this is kind of what happens here with these people. But okay, this actually does tie into this, because so Marielle Franco like spends her entire life like fighting these people. She gets a sociology degree, and like what she's doing in like while she's doing sociology stuff is she's like making reports and like telling everyone like what these people are doing, like what the fucking police are doing. And when she dies, like there's a fucking judge who's like what happened was that she was working with Red Command, and she got behind her debt payments and they killed her, and it's like, this is some fucking bullshit. Like, right. Thing is, we actually still don't really know much about like who killed her, right? We know that one of the people who's being tried for it, the getaway driver, was like pictured with Bolsonaro. There's a bunch of weird ties to like Bolsonaro's brother, because Bolsonaro's very, very heavily tied into a bunch of armed paramilitary groups. Yeah.
It works well for everyone to have these groups that they can paint as like the great Satan, right? Like the police can be like, we're combating the gangs can be like, well, you all hate the fucking police, right? Like, and then they could just blame anyone else whenever there isn't it. And it's like this self-supporting structure.
Yeah, but every once in a while you get someone, and like Marielle Franco, like she's a very, very rare kind of person who like she winds up as a city councilor, right? She's a very, very rare kind of politician who like everyone likes. Like like everyone on the left likes, like you're even your sort of like most hardcore like fucking guy in like you're most like hardcore guy in like a tiny ML sect, and like your most hardline anarchists, like everyone likes her because she's doing like she's every day putting her life in danger trying to stop the police. Yeah. And, you know, and when you get someone like that, who is not part of the sort of like, is not part of either of these factions, right? And who is a genuine threat to both of them, because she is unbelievably popular. She gets the 5th most votes of anyone like who's running for city councilor. And she's doing it again, running for the PSOL, who's like, they have like 5 seats, I think, in the Senate or something like that. Like they're not like they are a kind of large party, but they're not like one of the parties that's ever going to like win a national election, right? Like, but she is an incredible threat to them, and so they have her killed. We know that the bullets that were that she was killed by were part of a batch that was sold by the police, We know that from another one of the batches that was in that sequence, there's a bunch of other people who were killed by the police. And this is also like...
Wait, sold to the police or sold by
the police? Sold by the police.
Magnificent. Oh, good.
Yeah. And there's a lot of stuff going on here too, which is like, there are a lot of activists in Brazil who get killed. Like this happens all the time. There are a lot of indigenous activists who get killed. There are a lot of black activists who get killed. There are just like... if you piss off the wrong person, like you can just get executed. And this assassination is one of the symbols of it because like she was a city councilwoman, right?
Yeah, Jesus.
Like she was part of a major political party and they just fucking shot her.
Yeah. And no one's been held accountable.
Yeah. It's fucking horrible. I don't really have, I don't have any sort of like clever thing to say here. It's just fucking awful. There's one more thing I need to mention, which is that, okay, so the thing she was doing, like literally she was at a conference, like she was killed, like driving home from a conference, right? And the thing she was doing, like literally in the days leading up to her assassination was, so Michael Temer had this thing called the quote unquote federal intervention, which was apparently like extremely popular in Brazil, which is like a sign of how fucked up everything is, which is that he just like was like, fuck it, we're going to hand control of quote unquote security in Rio de Janeiro to the army and let them like go to war with the gangs. Yeah. Fucked. Yeah. Unbelievably fucked. Yeah. And she takes an incredibly bold stance against this and is trying to fight it. And then she is mysteriously assassinated.
Yeah. It's a bit like, you know, how like obviously people will say that fascism is like the return of colonialism to domestic policy, right? Colonial methods in the metropole instead of in the colonies, and like this is similar here, right? Like what you're seeing is just they're doing a colonialism, but just to poor people.
Yeah. Although I should mention a lot of that analysis is developed in like is developed for Europe, and the Brazilian context is not the same thing as that because like Brazil was also doing all of this stuff to its own population because again Brazil has a mass like Brazil's a settler colony that was also a slave state, right? Yeah. So all of this violence is just it's the same thing that they've been doing since they got there. Like, I mean, and this is something actually Lula talks about a lot, which is like the people who've been in power for 500 years are still in power. But I think it's important to understand like part of how Bolsonaro is able to do what he does is that everyone is already so primed to just like back the fucking army coming in and like, right. Like there's so much racism. There's so much just like there's this whole sort of law and order shit thing that's going on. And the sort of product of all of this is in the 2018 election, the PT put in basically I mean, he's not some random guy. Like he was like he was like a kind of prominent politician, but they basically run like some guy and he gets clobbered with Bolsonaro. Yeah. And part of this is there's a lot of stuff that happens here that's like very similar to sort of US disinformation campaigns. Like there's all these like Telegram groups going around where like, yeah, his name is Fernando Haddad. There's this whole thing about how he's going to like turn your kids gay and like he's a Satanist. Yeah. So, and then
the Satanist thing is interesting, right? Because I think people, there's this analysis like we have to see everything through the lens of American politics. Like the Bolsonaro is the Brazilian Trump, but like and my knowledge of this is not deep, but like it strikes me that he embraces Catholicism to a degree that is like much greater than like Trump did religion.
I mean, it's interesting. So like the Latin American context has, it has this like thing I think you know about, which is like there's this sort of right-wing Catholic evangelical alliance. Yeah. That is happening here, and because like a whole bunch of Bolsonaro's base is a shit ton of evangelicals, but he's like there's this sort of shared language around, specifically like around anti-abortion stuff, around opposing gender ideology and like feminism and stuff like that, where it's like, you can do this sort of not even dog whistling, you can just sort of like whistle at them, and and like it works, and this is sort of like if I had any energy left in me, I would probably do another episode that was like 2, 3. I could do like a fucking year of episodes about everything that happened under Bolsonaro. I'm just gonna sort of hit some of the like low lights. I don't know what you call it. Like Bolsonaro. Okay, but Bolsonaro managed to kill less people than Trump did. and also than Biden did, but he also killed a fucking unfathomable number of people with COVID. Like, he refused to buy vaccines. He was really into the hydroxychloroquine stuff, Like, he like personally spread COVID to a bunch of people. Like, there's I think one of the most famous things that people know about, like, the sort of Bolsonaro regime is that the Amazon was fucking burned. Because there are all these, like, a huge part of his base are these, like, basically illegal loggers. And Bolsonaro was just like, yeah, fuck it, go, like, destroy all this indigenous land, fucking kill the people on it. And have been just, like, annihilating the Amazon.
Didn't he also, and I may again be completely off base on this, didn't he break down a lot of the, like, from FUNAI is the Brazilian national organization that, among other things, does some sometimes problematic but protection of indigenous peoples. Didn't he, like, dismantle all of the structure of that and try and defund it?
Yeah.
And it's like Trump, right? Like, it'll take years to undo this bullshit.
Wait, it might never be. Like, and that's like part
we're running out of fucking time, right? Like, we don't have years.
Yeah, well, and this is one of the things where, like, we have to hope Lula actually fucking holds up to his word here, because, like, okay, so the PT's record on deforestation is way enormously better than Bolsonaro, but it's also true that a lot of the sort of legal framework that Bolsonaro's been using to push this stuff, like, is stuff from the PT. And, you know, Lula has pledged to stop deforestation. Like, I hope he does, or fucking everyone is going to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, like, everything that was, like, that I've talked about that was bad before got enormously worse under Bolsonaro. The police violence got worse. The military violence got worse. There's just, like, he's able to sort of, like, do this, like, enormous anti-communist fervor. But the problem is that he kills, like...
he kills his own voter base.
He kills too many people. It's not so much he's killing his own voter base. I mean, he is, but, like, the thing is, like... he really just destroys the entire Brazilian economy. Like, he just nukes it. And this costs him the support of a bunch of the ruling class. And this is actually the thing this is, like, ultimately what defeated Bolsonaroism, like, insofar as we could even talk about it being defeated. What defeated Bolsonaro personally is the fact that, like, he loses enough for the ruling class that when Lula appeals... Like, when Lula's actual case appeal goes to the Supreme Court, they throw it out. And Sergio Moro, like, turns on him for a bit. Although Moro comes back and endorses Bolsonaro in the election because he's a piece of shit. But, like, yeah, he loses a bunch of sort of the support of the ruling class. And there's this kind of... This is the thing I think is kind of disturbing about this election, even though Lula won, is that Lula did this, like, giant united front strategy, right? Like, he pulled together, like, he was recognized by sort of everyone who opposed Bolsonaro as, like, he's the only person who could stop him.
Yeah.
But this means that he's drawing a bunch of support from the right. His running mate in this election is a guy named Geraldo Alckmin. Yeah, this is a guy that Lula beat by 20 points in an election, or 30 points, something like that. Like, this is literally, like, a right-wing guy who Lula fucking destroyed in an election, and Lula brings him on as a running mate because he's trying to sort of appeal to, like, disaffected. Like, he's running the sort of, like, Biden suburban strategy, right? Like, he's doing the, like, appeal to sort of moderate voters thing.
Yeah.
And, like, I mean, like, and this is going on to the point where, like, he's telling people, like, not to, like, bring PT flags or, like, wear PT colors to rallies. Because they're trying to downplay the sort of, like, communism thing. And this doesn't really work because, like, Bolsonaro's just everyone's just calling him a communist anyways.
Yeah.
Right. And he, like, squeaks by this fucking election, right? Like, he probably would have won by a couple more percent than the actual vote total show if there hadn't been voter suppression, but, like, it was close. And the other thing that's really, really bad about this is that, like, the right, like, Bolsonaro's party, like, controls the Senate.
Right.
So, and this is the other thing, right? If Bolsonaro's party can cut enough deals and, you know, like, jettison Bolsonaro, like, Bolsonaroism as a force is still there, right? Like, this sort of, like, fascist right has consolidated as its own political force. And, you know, there's a non-zero chance that they just impeach Lula, right? And we literally watch this entire fucking cycle that has happened again.
Yeah, fuck.
Like, right, like, this kind of shit, like, this could happen, Yeah, so things are still not great, and yeah, Lula's actual hand to do stuff here is very constricted. I should also mention though, like, I don't know, like there was literally like partying in the streets in like, like there were parties in the streets of cities that like he didn't even win. Like, this is like I don't know. Like the fact that he won is genuinely very good. I don't know what can be done to actually sort of defeat Bolsonarism as a structural force, because again, like he won like 49% of the vote, right? Like, yeah, that's still there,
killing tens of thousands of his population and being a general shithead.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. They're not out of the water
I don't
yet,
know.
I guess.
Like I don't know, actual structural things have to change about both the Brazilian political system, like the Brazilian political system, the police, the military, and the economy have to structurally change, or we're gonna just gonna get another Bolsonaro. Like, this is what's happening in the U.S., right? Like there hasn't actually been a sort of structural shift in the American political system, so we're just gonna get another Trump. Maybe it'll be actual Trump. Who knows? Like, right?
Yeah.
But
or maybe it'll be
this
worse.
is the thing. Like until fascism is sort of like class base and base in the state is destroyed, like, and it's sort of ideological based in sort of like right wing constructions of the family. It's religious based, like in particular, like we're gonna be back here, and we're gonna be sort of like continuously teetering between fascism and something that's not fascism but has no way to oppose it. And yeah, that fucking sucks.
Yeah. But we keep doing it. Like, we keep trying to defeat fascism by running like closer and closer to fascism to pull away like the marginal fascists.
Yeah. Well, okay. So here's the thing. One thing I will give to Lula is that, like, okay, his way of doing this was that a bunch of people found pictures of Bolsonaro in Illuminati, like with a bunch of a bunch of like in Freemason robes with a bunch of Freemasons. And this, I think, genuinely may have cost Bolsonaro, there's an argument this cost Bolsonaro like a bunch of election points with his own base, because people found this. There was another thing, like the day, like a couple days before the election, like an old TV clip turned up of Bolsonaro just out of nowhere saying, "quote I would eat an Indian."
Yes, the cannibalism.
And this turned into a cannibalism. I mean, this is like, okay, so like this is really about his racism, right? But like, it's turned into a whole cannibalism thing. The Supreme Court ruled, like, I think incredibly cowardly, because he did say this. The Supreme Court ruled that he couldn't run ads, that Lula couldn't run ads calling him a cannibal. But, you know, like there was stuff like this, like where like suddenly there were like, I don't know, like this is, and I will applaud Lula for this. Like, he hasn't really, like he could have run an election where he just fucking threw his entire base under the bus and was like insanely racist and was like, no, I hate queer people and I hate women, and like he could have run a Bolsonaro campaign, and he didn't, right? Yeah. And insofar as he was tapping into right wing shit, he was tapping into, hey, this guy's in Freemason robes. Like it was sort of funny shit that, like, it's probably not great that this is where the political sphere is.
Yes, it's
but
not great.
Like, you know, okay, Bolsonaro literally saying he would eat a human being is like, I would rather that be the kind of insane right wing thing that's going around than, like, I don't know, queer people are gonna murder your children or something, which is like the normal shit that you hear.
Yeah, and it's in 2016. It's not like he said it when he was 18.
No,
like
it's like 6 years ago. Like,
yeah, like, I think he said it's like a journalist as well, right? He's like, no problem.
The journalist,
no problem.
Oh, God,
yeah.
What
Insane.
a fucking terrible guy.
You can imagine Donald Trump saying he'd eat someone, like he probably has at some point.
Here's the thing. I think Donald Trump you'd have to prompt. Bolsonaro just unprompted. There is no connection here. He was just like, fuck it. No, I am so racist. I'm just gonna say this. Oh, God, I don't know. I wish I wish good luck and good fortune and like victory to everyone in Brazil who is fighting this shit.
Seriously.
Fuck Bolsonaro. I hope he fucking dies of COVID finally. Yeah, and I really do hope that Bolsonaro can be defeated. I don't know, like, make better choices, PT. Please, God, we can't do this again.
Yeah, I hope all the people in Brazil who continue to be impacted by this bullshit can have better, meaneful improvements to their lives.
Yeah,
because
and
of this election.
And I mean, I will say like this is proof that like Bolsonaro isn't undefeatable, right? Like it like
Right.
the fact that he wasn't able to pull off a military coup, right? Like it is beatable. It's just it's very, very hard, and yeah, I mean, and then this is true of fascism everywhere, right? It's hard to beat, but it can be stopped, and we are going to, because the alternative is the fucking annihilation of the earth. So yeah, fuck them.
Yep.
We're gonna win.
Mm-hmm.
You've never been one to settle. Stand down or stand still. You're a lifelong learner, energized by excellence. There's a fire inside you you can't ignore. You've got competition to outrun, momentum to build on, and your own high standards to meet. Stop now? Not a chance. At Capella University, we help you catch what you're chasing because you've always had the drive. Now, go earn the degree. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
So, do you want to start shopping for your next car but don't know where to begin? Start at CarMax, where you can shop your way from start to finish. Whether you're shopping for something practical, adventurous, or luxurious, CarMax puts you in the driver's seat. And if you want to shop cars that fit your budget, CarMax has your back all the way. Simply grab your phone and get pre-qualified from your couch, the dog park, or even on a coffee break. It's quick, easy, and has zero impact on your credit score. Want to explore your options? CarMax has plenty of options. In fact, with over 45,000 cars to choose from, CarMax has rides for almost every budget, including more than 25,000 cars priced under $25,000. From browsing online to checking out cars on the lot, you can shop your way at CarMax. Want to get started on the search for your next car? Start at CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Support for the show comes from Public, the investing platform for those who take it seriously. On Public, you can build a multi-asset portfolio of stocks, bonds, options, crypto, and now generated assets, which allow you to turn any idea into an investable index with AI. It all starts with your prompt. From renewable energy companies with high free cash flow to semiconductor suppliers growing revenue over 20% year over year, you can literally type any prompt and put the AI to work. It screens thousands of stocks, builds a one-of-a-kind index, and lets you backtest it against the S&P 500. Then you can invest in a few clicks. Generated assets are like ETFs with infinite possibilities, completely customizable and based on your thesis, not someone else's. Go to public.com/podcast and earn an uncapped 1% bonus when you transfer your portfolio. That's public.com/podcast. Paid for by Public Investing. Brokerage services by Open to the Public Investing Inc. Member FINRA and SIPC. Advisory services by Public Advisors LLC, SEC registered advisor. Generated assets is an interactive analysis tool. Output is for informational purposes only and is not an investment recommendation or advice. Complete disclosures available at public.com/disclosures.
Time for a sofa upgrade? Introducing Anabay Sofas, where designer style meets budget-friendly prices. Anabay brings you the ultimate in furniture innovation with a modular design that allows you to rearrange your space effortlessly. Perfect for both small and large spaces, Anabay is the only machine-washable sofa inside and out. Say goodbye to stains and messes with liquid and stain-resistant fabrics that make cleaning easy. Liquid simply slide right off. Designed for custom comfort, our high-resilience foam lets you choose between a sink-in feel or a supportive memory foam blend. Plus, our pet-friendly, stain-resistant fabrics ensure your sofa stays beautiful for years. Don't compromise quality for price. Visit washablesofas.com to upgrade your living space today. Sofas start at just $699 with no risk returns and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get up to 60% off, plus free shipping and free returns. Shop now at washablesofas.com. Offers are subject to change and certain restrictions may apply.
It Could Happen Here is a podcast that you're listening to right now. If this is a surprise to you, if you thought this was the Joe Rogan experience, let me assure you, everyone here does eat a diet of nothing but elk meat. And to talk to me about the health value of elk meat is so about a week or so ago, we're talking with Sarah Young. Sarah, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Sarah, you're a deputy features editor at The Verge. You are a lawyer and a journalist, so you have embraced the two most cursed vocations in 2022. And you've, number one, most recently written an incredible piece about the Portland van abductions, which is like brutal and very important for The Verge. People ought to check it out. It is I don't know. I've had trouble getting through all of it because it is very good and because I was there, but everyone needs to read it. It's an important piece. We're not talking about that today. We are talking about a post that you made on the twitter.com about a week or so ago that I messaged you about wanting to chat about. Do you want to kind of talk about what that post was and what you were trying to get across to the audience?
So if you live in Portland right now, it's absolutely fucking rancid. Like, I think, and I think
the
that
discourse,
this is happening.
not the city. Well,
yes.
sometimes the city.
Well, sometimes the city, but the discourse is rancid. It's like this in a lot of other cities as well. But you know how Portland is. Like it
the
lags.
discourse around homeless people, right?
Yeah. Every conversation you have with any random person, it like eventually goes to, oh, it's gotten so bad here lately, and it's always about homeless people. And it always goes to this place where they're like, oh, we should start rounding people up into camps and getting rid of them. And it's like people are a little too excited to literally murder homeless people. Like you get just people saying the most insane things like, oh, I'm not going to break my car if I see one of those homeless people. It's awful. And it's really, really awful. And like, and then you get people going like, oh, well, you know how things are. And like pulling out murders that have happened in like New York of Asian women at me to like justify why it is that I need to start supporting the cops and so on and so forth. And it's just, there's this thing where I think that the like well-meaning leftists really want to sort of pull out like, let's humanize homeless people, which like, yes, but the people you're talking to, they don't deal with empathy, actually, right? They already don't see most of the population as people. So what you're doing is you're not even speaking the language that they speak. The issue for me is that what people are doing when they dehumanize the homeless or like turn them into like a problem that you can just sweep away or like kill or put in danger or drop into a camp where they're more likely to die or get sick or be harmed. It's that you're making a vast class of people based on like superficial characteristics, right? They might be dirty, they're intense, whatever. You felt threatened by one of them once, so now everyone who's ever been homeless deserves to have a worse off life because you didn't feel great about it this one time or two times. And it's really absurd to me because like, yeah, I've had many instances in my life where I haven't felt very safe because of someone who is homeless, because of someone who is an addict. I mean, I'm a small Asian woman. I take public transit. The vibes are off in every fucking city right now for people who look like me. But that doesn't mean that everyone who looks like the person who's making me uncomfortable deserves to be swept up into a fucking camp. And in fact, like if I like roll the tape back and look at sort of, oh, let's look at people who've made me feel threatened, afraid, whatever. I've like gone through big old sprints in my life where I'm getting a lot of death threats from white supremacists. I mean, I'm sure you've lived this life too.
I mean, I can see it. I see it, but like I don't know, because you're a woman writing on the internet, like you'll get more in a couple of months than I do in an average like year.
I mean, it depends, right? Like it depends.
I mean, I was just looking at your mentions.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really look too carefully, so I don't even know what the numbers are like these days. I did have an incredible like 6-month period where it was really intense because Tucker Carlson was like putting me on his show, looking at my picture
God,
and
yes.
stuff for a while. So it was really bad. Like people like some guy called into my office and threatened to firebomb it, and the people who got the phone call like were stressed out enough that they called the cops, and there's like a police report, and like there was a bunch of stuff that happened during this period that was pretty scary, and it was always like guys who all sort of looked the same. Right, it's like all the, you know, the Oakley sunglasses, like taking a selfie of themselves in the car, like that sort of stereotype.
Yeah.
Right. And, you know, gotta say, for a while, I'd see that, like, that little profile picture, or I'd see someone in person, and, like, my, like, heart would start beating faster, right? Took a while for me to, like, be able to dial that back. During that 6-month period, I'd hear someone yell a racial slur, and I would almost have a panic attack, because I'd think, like, oh, no, like someone's gonna come and make good on these threats. And I don't want to round people up into camps for looking like a shitty racist suburbanite white guy.
Yeah.
Like it's like that's because I'm not a fucking Nazi. Like it's like it doesn't matter what you've experienced or like what legitimate harm you faced from people who look a certain way. Like you don't round them up into camps or like talk about like how you're not going to brake on the street when you're in your car.
I'm glad. I was happy for kind of your perspective on the matter, because I do try, like, whenever people talk about how scary Portland is or how scary the homeless camps are, like the thing I want to say is like I have like 5 or 6 different running routes in the city, and most of them have homeless encampments on them, and I run through them at night, I run through them at the day. Never had a problem. You know, sometimes there's like trash, and I would like it if it were cleaner, but also primarily the people cleaning up are usually like autonomously organized groups of formerly houseless folks, which is the thing that happens in a couple of the neighborhoods that I go to. And like, but at the same time, I don't want to bring that in when there's an argument about it, because like I'm a 6'3", 200-pound white guy, right? Like, of course, I'm, as a general rule, in a lot of situations, I don't feel worried when other people do, because I'm a big white dude, and that's. But what I will say, I had an experience a couple of months back. A person that I live near, like a neighbor of mine, is a young woman with like a 6-month-old infant, and she was out jogging on one of the trails near our house, and 2 guys in new Kawasaki, like motorcycles, dirt bikes, whatever you want to call them. I assume rich kids, because these were very new bikes, drove up and shot at her and her baby with BB guns, hit her in the face, nearly hit her baby. And it was like homeless folks and people at an illegal skate park who came to her aid and like made sure she was okay. And when I got out there, because I rolled out there with a fucking beat stick and a handgun just to be like, if I see these motherfuckers, we're going to have words. And I started talking to homeless folks that I knew on the route who were all like, yeah, those people, like, they come by to shoot at us. And I have heard this in multiple encampments. I've heard this at Laurelhurst, a number of places, that like kids from the suburbs will come in to shoot homeless people with BB guns and mace them. And I'm not going to say, again, I've also been in a situation where like an agitated houseless woman was like swinging a machete at some folks, and you know, everything was de-escalated, but like, I get it. The fact that there are people out there who are having like mental health difficulty means that people are going to have encounters that can be frightening. But by and large, the people that I find myself most threatened by are like kids, people like those assholes rolling by and shooting people with BB guns. Yeah. And of course, folks driving gigantic trucks in tiny streets like assholes, often while wasted. Like those are the things that scare me in Portland, not the encampments.
Yeah. And honestly, like there are some increasing safety issues in Portland, but like a lot of it is also just like from cars, right? Like it's more, there's more of a car culture than there used to be. And people get hit and they go to the hospital or they die. Like there's there are big changes in the city for sure, but like there's so much focus on homelessness as being like the root of all of that. And like, I don't know, they'll say, oh, Portland has gotten so bad in the same breath as like talking about how high rents are, or like how
Mhm.
expensive houses have gotten. Just not even connecting those two things, right? Like, why is it that housing is so expensive now? Like, clearly people are placing bets on real estate. Either that or just we haven't built out enough. Could that be something?
Yeah.
Or maybe things aren't as bad as you think, and it's a desirable place to live. It's really like it's extremely frustrating. I also think that there's this weird thing where you just don't really think about the fact that you might have one or two encounters where it's upsetting, you feel scared, and then like the vast majority of people who are unhoused are just trying to stay the fuck out of your way, right? And like you're not going to see them, you're not going to talk to them unless you go out of your way to talk to them and reach out.
Yeah.
And like they're probably scared of you because they don't know who you are. Like, you're a stranger. You might be one of those assholes on Kawasaki's, like out to shoot you, out to shoot them. And like, it's really frustrating. Like, it's halfway. I don't know. Some of the people who buy into this kind of discourse are just outright terrible human beings, right?
Yeah, they're just fascists.
They're just fascists.
And this is useful.
But then there's like, it's really frustrating how many people in the city right now are just useful idiots for the fascists.
Yep.
Have just like gone down that rabbit hole and aren't thinking past like what it means to quote unquote take care of the homeless problem. Like, what do you want to do here? What do you actually want to do? Where are these people going to go? Like, what's going to happen to them? And it's super frustrating.
We're focusing on Portland because it's where we live, but all of these things are evidence of like broader trends. You can see a lot of the same tactics being used in Los Angeles and Austin, and Minneapolis. And one of the things is kind of this conflation of like disorder, drug use, homelessness with like deadly violence, and a number of things like we've talked about, kind of jailing and putting into camps the homeless is one thing people suggest. There's also a lot of like suggestions around massively increasing the number of police. And this all also goes into, you've got this kind of series of right-wing coups against elected leaders who have any kind of other suggestions. We saw this in San Francisco with the DA Chesa Boudin, the police just refusing to enforce like the law when Chesa was attempting to carry things out in a different way. And like what we're seeing in Portland right now, we've got City Commissioner Joanne Hardesty, who number one is the only Black woman in the city council, the only person on the city council who rents, and the only person in the city council who is in debt and who has endured. And I'm not going to say she's a perfect counselor, a perfect politician. There's plenty of things to criticize Hardesty over. But there has been like, number one, this kind of unhinged campaign of attacking her because of the fact that like her financial situation isn't great, which I see actually as a plus, because a lot of people in Portland are in rough financial condition. Maybe it's nice if they're represented on the fucking city council. But also she's instituted, as people keep kvetching about, violence and gun violence, which are problems that have gotten worse in Portland. Although it is important to note Portland is one of the safest cities in the entire United States, even after the quote unquote surge in violent crime. I don't think that mitigates it. I just think it's important to keep like things in perspective. Mm-hmm. But Hardesty has instituted the only effective program that has reduced gun violence in the city of Portland in the recent past, which was essentially a series of traffic calming measures. Right? Like, I think that's probably a fair way to say it. It was sort of altering the way in which traffic worked in a neighborhood to kind of try and reduce some of the situations that were like leading to violence. And she's undergoing this massive attack right now by a candidate, a right-wing candidate. I mean, he, like everyone who runs in Portland, he claims to be a Democrat. He's donated to Republicans. He's named Rene Gonzalez, who's being backed by a lot of the same business interests that are pushing this anti-homeless agenda, pushing the mayor's proposal to put homeless people in encampments. And I don't know. It's just I feel like I can see it all coming together. And I hate how many people are, as you said, kind of useful idiots about it, where they're like, look, it clearly these people who are talking about rehabilitation or who are trying to like actually, who are not suggesting a carceral solution to the fact that it's unpleasant to see people suffering on the street, are wrong, because look at what the news tells me about how much worse violence has gotten and stuff. Like it's very frustrating. Don't vote for Renee Gonzalez. Yeah.
But yeah, please don't vote for a man who donated to a Republican PAC.
Yeah.
6 months after January 6th. Please let's not do that. But God, it's I think like really sad that, I mean, like people I think really just don't want to think about how damaged all of society is right now.
Yeah.
We lived through, our country had one of the worst responses to COVID. Millions of people are dead. Our mental health is fucking shot through. Even people who didn't experience sort of federal jackboots on the ground, we're not well, right? Like it's any number of housed, perfectly like financially stable people turn to substance abuse during this period, and are still recovering. People who are unhoused also turn to substance abuse if they weren't already there, and their mental health is also shot through. And sort of the upshot of this is everyone is fucking sick and taking it out on each other, and it really sucks to see. It really sucks to see people be their worst selves, just increasingly and increasingly. Yeah. And
first off, I want to try to provide people with some objective numbers, and this is just on the city of Portland. So Portland, number one, never defunded its police. Our police currently get the most money they've ever gotten. But we do have one thing that is accurate to say is we have fewer police per capita than any major city in the United States. And we have the fewest number of police on the force in living memory, I'm fairly certain right now. There's like 700 Portland police officers, which is significantly down from 2020 because it's not a pleasant job because people hate the cops here in Portland. So they keep quitting and moving to other cities. And it is true that when the pandemic hit, violent crime in Portland raised by about 207% from January 2019 through June of 2021. Which is the largest increase compared to 5 comparable cities. This is from an article in the Oregon Capital Chronicle, Minneapolis, Atlanta, San Francisco, Denver, and Nashville. However, it's also worth noting that over the course of the last year, we're at 7 fewer homicides than we were the year before. Overall, the number of homicides in 2022 has fallen 2% from 2021, even as we continue to have fewer and fewer police. Almost as if the surge in violent crime was not a result in policing, but as you said, the result of a lot of other factors around the pandemic and around the economic situation. And like the rate of violence has been continuing to decrease. It's also worth noting that while we're talking about homicides here, and Portland did see a surge in homicides during the pandemic, that's not the only kind of crime or the only kind of violent crime. And I want to quote here from Travel Oregon. In February 2021, the Major Cities Chiefs Association issued a report noting that 63 of 66 major cities saw at least one violent crime category grow in 2020. Among cities of comparable size, Portland generally experiences violent crime at somewhat lower rates. Like, a lot of this is media driven. And it's specifically the thing that you highlighted in the post that made me reach out to you was talking about how particularly white suburbanite homeowners are driving this panic and are driving these kind of surge and very like fascist solutions to the fears that they have about homelessness and about crime. And one of the reasons why this shit works is people don't go into the city. They live in the suburbs. They see the scary news. And that's the thing I don't know how to actually combat, because it is a nationwide problem. Shootings and deaths due to shootings, they have increased since the pandemic. But if you look at them on like a 20-year graph, fairly flat nationwide. But
Portland
what
doesn't
has
even
surged,
keep very good stats, right? Like they only started
nobody
keeping
does,
statistics of gun crimes like what in like the last couple of years, and then now they're saying that gun violence has increased. Like it's anyways, like
what is increased vastly more than gun crime is reporting on gun crime, which has surged at like, and that's because, you know, if it bleeds, it leads and whatever. But it is this thing of like, that's the stuff that gets people to pay attention, and it's the stuff that spreads on social media, just like pictures of like poop on the streets of San Francisco can spread on social media. And it all exists to keep these kind of suburban voters at a constant state of agitation, which makes them easy to manipulate. And like, that's the thing that scares me the most.
Yeah. I mean, things are almost shittier with Portland because, well, like, okay, the San Francisco poop situation. So I used to live in the Bay Area. That was a real situation.
Yeah, there's poop in San Francisco.
Yeah, no,
streets,
there's just human shit everywhere. It's, you know, you live with it. It just is what it is, and you know someone's from New York when they start complaining about it, right? Like it's and it. I think like,
New York, which smells like pee everywhere. By the way,
I mean it smells like hot garbage because they don't take their garbage. They like just put their garbage out on the curb, and when it's summertime, it just smells fucking terrible. But so everyone's got their problems. But it's this like weird thing where just because of the way that we're drawn up geographically, we've got all of these people like you said, like out in the burbs, who vote, who have control over the way the wind blows, who just never come out here, ever.
Yeah,
they never come out here. And in San Francisco, like, yeah, they've got outlying areas as well, but it's not drawn up exactly the way that we are, quite right. Like the people who are going to be the most alarmist about San Francisco are like not going to be in the area where they're voting about the things that happened to San Francisco. The way the Chez's stuff went down, like, I mean, that's complicated, right? Like, I mean, it was a witch hunt, and it made me really
Chezabudin, the DA, former DA in San Francisco.
It made me really want to never move back. But it was like we've just got a different sort of setup here where the people who are the most upset about all of the crime in Portland, like they don't come out to where they think the crime is happening at all.
No.
Like they just don't really interact with the city. They're off somewhere else. And it is truly strange, really annoying. Yeah.
And this is like, I don't know, this is part of why politically I tend to align myself with like libertarian municipalism. I think one of the problems we have is that places that have very little to do with each other get to pass laws that impact how people live in those places, like, which is a problem. As we all just got over seeing with fucking Donald Trump, right? Like that's a version of the problem, and another version of the problem is that like people in Los Angeles can pass a gas tax that makes total sense for cities in California, but fucks over people who live in the middle of nowhere. And all of these things are like, I don't know. It's two simultaneous issues. Like one of them is you've got these liberals in Portland who the rest of the state resents for dominating politics in the entire state, even in areas that have very little to do with like Western Oregon. And then you have these outlying, like you have these folks who don't live in Portland who, you know, are pushing for like, you know, who are responsible for the fact that we might get a Republican governor in the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who are reacting to like what they hear about Portland, even though it's not accurate. And I don't know, we're getting past like what people can do in terms of like voting on local elections, but I wish we had a system in which like folks weren't constantly pitted against each other in this way, because I don't think it's very productive.
Well, we're chopped up in a really, by the way, I vote for charter reform, etc. If you live in Portland, we've got some other things going on with our city government that makes things additionally weird and suboptimal.
There's a bunch of things that I'm kind of dreading in the near future or from the midterm elections, including, you know, Rene Gonzalez. You know, I have strong feelings on the proposed gun control measure, but I'm broadly optimistic about charter reform. That actually seems like something good that we're likely to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, because Portland would be the first city in the United States to reform its city council along these lines, if I'm not mistaken.
Along which lines?
Like the way the charter reform is like set up. So basically, Portland currently has a commission form of government in which we have a very powerful mayor and 4 city council people who are handed portfolios by the mayor, and they basically run the city government, which it's a pretty dysfunctional system. It leads to a small number of people running very large bureaucracies that they usually don't know how to handle, which is one of the reasons why the city is so dysfunctional, in addition to the fact that our mayor, Ted Wheeler, is, politely speaking, dog shit. Under the new form of government that's being voted on right now, the charter, the commission structure will be jettisoned. City council members will not directly manage bureaus. Instead, they'll pass laws and meet with constituents. The mayor will no longer be part of the city council. Instead, he'll lead the executive branch. I'm not wild about the amount of power that the mayor will still have. But I think broadly speaking, it's a much better system, and there will be like a larger group of people involved in actually like managing the city's affairs. I don't know. What we have currently certainly is not particularly effective. And I would like to see a more democratic system put into place.
Yeah, I mean,
and one
what
of the
we
things
had was like obscenely outdated, right? Like I don't know who else does things like Portland currently does, but the charter reform is greatly needed.
And it's going to bring in ranked choice voting as well when people vote voting. On on their like city, like which is like one of the issues that we've had here is that like, or that we're having right now with like the gubernatorial race, is that you've got 3 candidates running, one of whom is kind of positioning themselves as an independent, Betsy Johnson, who does not really have a chance to win, and seems to be being funded by people like the Nike guy in order to take votes away from Tina Kotek, who's the Democratic candidate, so that Christine Drazen, who's the Republican candidate, will be more likely to win. I don't know. Like, I still don't know how much I believe Drazen actually has a shot, but the polls show them neck and neck. So it certainly seems like it's possible.
The polls are pretty terrifying. We're kind of like hovering on the cusp of the governor's seat going red to, I don't know. That's the election that scares me. Like, I really don't want to see Renee Gonzalez win, but
no.
If charter reform passes, like the harm that he can inflict on the city becomes limited, just because like right now city council seats just have outsized power in a very dysfunctional way. And that changes with charter reform. Like we just get a little bit more of a normal city. But the state election though, that's pretty scary stuff.
Yeah, the state, especially since if the Democrats stay in power at the state level, then there's a good chance that, I mean, as far as like what people are talking about, then we're going to actually see like Portland become, or Oregon become, a sanctuary for reproductive health, right? Like that's one of the things that's on the ballot. So if you if you care about that, that's kind of the whole game, right? Like regardless of the fact that Kotek has a history with our current governor that's not entirely positive. Our current Democratic governor has been a shit governor and handled the pandemic terribly. Like at the end of the day, it kind of has to be all about reproductive health, right? Because like the Republicans would not have handled the pandemic any better, but they will also support a crackdown against people having access to abortion.
We also have the craziest Republicans out here. Like, and I mean, part of that is the areas they're representing or whatever. But part of it is also just we've been under Democratic control for so long that like the minority party gets weirder and weirder and weirder. Like we've got the guys who like ran away from the legislative session rather than vote on a climate change bill. Right? Like it's not good. It's really bad. Like handing them the keys to the kingdom is a terrible move.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say. You got anything else to say as we head into the midterm elections here in Oregon? I felt like, I don't know, this was broadly speaking worth talking about, since
I kind of want to hear about your feelings on that gun control measure.
Yeah. So we've got Measure 114 coming up, which is gun control. So for people who don't know, and this may surprise folks given how blue it is, Oregon basically does not have any kind of like gun control laws. This is a state in which any kind of gun that's legal to own in the United States and any kind of magazine you can own in the state of Oregon. We are a shall issue state, which means if you are a law-abiding citizen and you apply for a concealed carry permit, they have to give it to you. Gun owners have quite a few protections at present. The first there was a gun control law passed in 2015. Most reasonable gun owners had no issue with it because all it did was say you have to get a background check to you. So there's this thing called face-to-face sales, whereby in a lot of states like Texas, you can just hand somebody a gun for cash as long as you're not a professional gun dealer. That's legal, and that's bad. Generally, it's how a lot of guns get across the border. That was removed as a legal possibility in Oregon back in 2015. But other than that, we haven't had a whole lot of gun control. In the wake of the Uvalde shooting, an organization, I think Lift Every Voice is what they're called, led by some church leaders, pushed for a ballot measure. So this is not something where, and I do think this is interesting, this is not a situation where Democratic politicians in the state of Oregon are trying to pass gun control. This is a situation in which a ballot measure was proposed and enough people voted that the entire state is voting on whether or not to have gun control, which, regardless of my opinions on the measure itself, I think is a better way for stuff like this to work than a bunch of legislators just like making a law. But anyway, the measure itself is, in my opinion, deeply flawed in the way that it's written. It does a couple of things. For one thing, it requires that every person who buy a gun pass a background check, which is already the law. That's in the bill. And it shouldn't be because it's already the law. I think one of the reasons I think that's dishonest is because it always gets summarized and like, this is what the bill will do. It will require that everybody pass a background check. Well, they're already required. It does not actually do anything there. It adds in a magazine capacity restriction, as in you won't be able to buy or take out in public magazines that have a higher capacity than 10 rounds. We can talk about that in a second. And then the primary thing it does is it requires people pass a series of tests in order to purchase firearms, and the people who will be administering those tests and running the whole program are the police. So the police essentially get control over who gets to own firearms. I do consider that is particularly the thing that I find problematic. For one thing, regardless of your opinions on gun control, the right to bear arms is similar to the right to freedom of speech and guaranteed in the same way. And so the fact that the police are being made the arbiters of who gets to exercise that right is deeply problematic to me. I think given what we know about how often police in Oregon work with far-right groups, work with organizations like the Proud Boys, it is very likely that we will see uneven enforcement and uneven the police granting the ability to bear arms very unevenly, which concerns me greatly. We had a mass shooting earlier this year at a protest in which a right-winger killed a woman, a 61-year-old woman, and injured 5 other people. That person was stopped by a left-wing demonstrator with an AR-15 style rifle. Well, it was actually technically a handgun, but that's, anyway, whatever. It was an AR-15 style weapon. I'm concerned that under this new law, the right-winger would have still had the ability to acquire firearms, but the person who stopped him would not. So that's why I have an issue with it. I also think if you're going to, I don't personally advocate magazine capacity restrictions, but also I don't speak out against them. Washington recently passed a law restricting magazine capacity. I didn't say anything about that. I think maybe I think if Like, if it works, I will be happy. I think the way the Washington law was written was a lot more sensible than the Oregon law, because it was written in such a way that it stops the additional sale of standard capacity magazines, of 30-round magazines and higher, without giving the police an opportunity to harass and arrest people over what they own, which I think is important. The way the law is written, if you had, like, whatever you had prior to the ban taking effect, you can keep and continue to use as normal. Just no more can be sold. And so the thing you're trying to stop with a magazine capacity ban at this point is someone doing what the Uvalde shooter did, right? Where a kid goes out and buys a weapon and a bunch of 30-round magazines and then goes on a mass shooting, right? You want them to not be able to go and immediately acquire those magazines. It is, I think, by making it illegal to take them out in the world if you already own them, what you're doing is giving police pretext to stop and search people, to like search people going out and shooting in the woods like folks do in Oregon, without having an impact on mass shooters, because they're not going to care about violating that particular law. If you want to stop more of those things from being sold, I think a law written the way the Washington law is written does the maximum in order to restrict people from purchasing the thing you don't want them to purchase without giving police the ability to like harass and arrest people. Anyway, that's my thinking on 114.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's like an important series of distinctions to like get out there.
Yeah. Anyway, I voted against it. I actually do try, despite my opinions, not to talk about gun control too much on this show, but like that's my thinking on the matter. Folks can do whatever they want. We'll know on January or on November 8th how they voted.
Yeah, I mean, like it's hardly the most disturbing thing on the ballot right now.
Yeah, no, and
Yeah.
I am like I there's so much going on right now, and it's one of those things. I guess we'll all learn in the near future, like. We're going to learn a lot from this election in Oregon. Like if Hardesty stays on, if we get charter reform, and if Kotek wins, then kind of regardless of what happens with 114, I will be broadly optimistic heading into 2024, because it'll show that the campaign of fear didn't work entirely.
Yeah.
And if Gonzalez and Drazen win and charter reform gets defeated, I will be really pessimistic heading in.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. If Drazen wins, like that's, it's yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad news for a lot of fucking reasons. Yeah, I mean, Roe, that's huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's the sky's the limit for a state that has been under Democratic control for this long, right? Like it's they've just gotten so complacent is all I can think. I mean, the spoiler candidate, obviously that did change a lot. But it's the complacency is alarming.
Yeah. Well, is there anything else you wanted to say about what we're heading into?
Well, I mean, don't let your fear control you. Don't be a useful idiot for Nazis, and don't put people into camps, I guess.
Yeah, that's my thinking. Don't like if somebody's trying to make you scared about a group of people who are the most powerless people in your community, you might want to assume that the person doing that is trying to take advantage of you. That's kind of where I land on this sort of stuff. Yeah, don't put people into camps. We really shouldn't have to say that anymore. But
yeah, we shouldn't have to tell people to not be Patrick Bateman from fucking American Psycho, right? Like it's like we should like, but no, it's we should not be regressing this hard in terms of our moral compasses, but that's where we are.
That's where we are. Well, do you want to plug your pluggable, Sarah?
Yeah. So Robert mentioned that I just put out a big feature about the Portland van abductions published on The Verge. It's part of a longer series that we did this year about the Department of Homeland Security, which is 20 years old this year. So we did a bunch of features, some about Puerto Rico and FEMA, some about the TSA, of course. I did a short little thing about how Chad Wolf was illegally head of the DHS for a hot minute. And so there's some fun stuff in there. We've still got another feature that'll go up by the end of this year. I think your listeners would enjoy going through some of those.
Excellent. All right. Well, that has been the episode. This has been It Could Happen Here. Bye. Hey, we'll be back Monday with more episodes every week from now until the heat death of the universe.
It Could Happen Here is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more podcasts from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts. You can find sources for It Could Happen Here updated monthly at coolzonemedia.com/sources. Thanks for listening.
There's a fire inside you can't ignore. Stand still? Not a chance. You're a lifelong learner who's come this far. Now, we're here to help you keep going further. Capella University. What can't you do? Visit capella.edu to learn more.
Tired of spills and stains on your sofa? Wash away your worries with Anabay. Anabay is the only machine washable sofa inside and out, where designer quality meets budget-friendly prices. That's right, sofas start at just $699. Enjoy a no-risk experience with pet-friendly, stain-resistant, and changeable slip covers made with performance fabric. Experience cloud-like comfort with high-resilience foam that's hypoallergenic and never needs fluffing. The sturdy steel frame ensures longevity, and the modular pieces can be rearranged anytime. Shop WashableSofas.com for up to 60% off site-wide, backed by a 30-day satisfaction guarantee. If you're not absolutely in love, send it back for a full refund. No return shipping or restocking fees. Every penny back. Upgrade now at WashableSofas.com. Offers are subject to change, and certain restrictions may apply.
In the heat of battle, your squad relies on you. Don't let them down. Unlock elite gaming tech at Lenovo.com. Dominate every match with next-level speed, seamless streaming, and performance that won't quit. Push your gameplay beyond performance with Intel Core Ultra processors for the next era of gaming. Upgrade to smooth, high-quality streaming with Intel Wi-Fi 6E and maximize game performance with enhanced overclocking. Win the tech search. Power up at Lenovo.com.
Lenovo. You're listening to a podcast, so you're doing something else too, like maybe scrolling home listings on Redfin, saving places you like without thinking you'll get them, because that's what house hunting has become. But Redfin isn't built for endless browsing. It's built to help you find and own a home. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, which means when you find a place you love, you've got a real shot at getting it. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is an iHeart podcast. Guaranteed Human.